I guess, but that's it. Okay. Alright. So I'm going to set up some files real quick. I was meaning to do this when I woke up, but I woke up later than I intended. But that was fine. I was like, I need the sleep. The melatonin really worked, though. I did not wake up in a panic. I did, however, have a bizarre nightmare where someone was firing nails at me. Like, they were shooting nails at me, and so my body was becoming so riddled with nails that it was interfering with how my joints moved beyond just being really painful. So that I was mostly just, like, puckered with nails. Just covered in it. So I was, like, half shiny. Yeah. That many nails. And I could barely move my body. Because there was just, like, these, like, 3-inch spikes all over my body. Dug in.
All I can think of is Hellraiser.
Yeah, but not facing outwards, inwards.
Right.
Yeah. And I was trying to run away, and it was becoming harder and harder as, like, this, whatever it was, kept peppering me with nails. So that woke me up.
This is like a very fun dream.
That was not fun. Then, in a later part of the dream, which...
some interesting art, but...
Yeah. In a later part of the dream, I had a dream where wobble dogs were involved. If you've seen that little indie game where you breed little wobbly dogs, they're like all these quadrupeds that have like genetics attached to them, and they're all like wiggly jiggle physics AI doggos. Yeah. Wobble dogs. All right, let me look at my handout so that I know what it is, what scene is it that I am doing. I wanted to start on Keep Confounding because that is one of the more difficult shots, and I figure I should start that earlier in the week while I have energy. Okay, so that's 08B. So let me go to...
That'll be a fun one.
Yeah.
Are you moving to YouTube as well, or just...
Yes, I am bothing.
Okay, cool.
Both is what I am doing. So let's see. Act 2, Scene 08B, Fable V01. Create scene. Boop. Bloop. Hey folks. Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry I started so late. We had a meeting with the background people that went on a while. I had to distribute some work to them, and it was necessary to be very clear. So, because we have some new background people on the team. Speaking of which, we might end up hiring some more cleanup people, so if you guys know anybody who does cleanup in Toon Boom, let them know that we are, we might put out a notice sometime soon.
They can DM me or Fable on Twitter.
Yeah, we're looking for people who already have a fair amount of experience working in Toon Boom because we need them to take the work and run with it. We don't really have a lot of time for training, so we need people who already know how to use stuff. We do have documentation on how to do everything within the parameters of the project as much as possible, but there's not a whole lot of time to instruct someone on how to use the pencil tool. Yeah. So, but yeah. So we are going to be on the lookout for that. What's this going on? Why are people mentioning Ashley? They're saying Ashley Nichols. Did Ashley send you? What's going on? What is this bullshit?
Oh, I think they're suggesting her as cleanup artist or something. She already is.
She's lead cleanup. She's been part of the team since practically day one. Yes, I know Ashley.
She's already on the crew.
Did you know that Michael Kovac is in the show? I know Ashley. She's on the team. Ashley did early tests for the project, in fact, building a pipeline for how we were going to go about stuff, and then the bird brain helped streamline that. So
yeah.
Yes, we know Ashley
It's not
Nichols.
a raid, it was just people suggesting, because Ashley Nichols is like probably the best
I'm
known
telling
cleanup
Ashley
artist
now.
out there. So.
I'm gonna tell her.
I'm just momentarily befuddled. Like. Yeah.
Yes, we know what Ashley do. Yeah, at first I thought it was a raid. I was like, I'm pretty sure Ashley's not streaming like today, so.
All these people telling us who Ashley Nichols is.
I was just really laughing at that. Ashley's ghost. Yeah, frequently wanders away from her body. Ashley's ghost. I've now informed her. Not only do we know Ashley and she's part of the team, but she has been tormented by every time we do recordings with Mike. She has to be, she's like, is he dying in there? Slowly killing your boyfriend.
There's always a lot of screaming involved in our recording sessions.
Yeah. So. I'm telling on everybody to Ashley. You've all been told on. Let me get my shot here. Import that. Stop killing Michael. No. It's his job to die for us. And we don't...
He's got to suffer for his art.
We pay him 100 an hour to die for us. More than anybody, he has shot his throat for this production. Him and Belle.
Yeah.
They're good boys. Good boys. Seriously, though, they have been fun to work with. I really enjoy our sessions. It is my hope to give them more work in the future. Seems like they're cousins. They did have really good chemistry, yeah. They did a good job. Okay, so first what I'm doing is I'm going to be setting up the shot. So this is all the boring shit. Where you just mark things. So I'm just marking the start and the beginning of things so that I know where it cuts visually. That's red. So that's the beginning and end of the shot. So if I play this, in fact I can put, since I don't have my headphones on, you can actually hear it. I do this. So it's a very short shot. And the next thing I will do is find the background for this. the background for this? Designs, PG design, Froa, layout, Act 2, and 08B, and what I'm going to do is place that in the folder. Oh, I already have it. Already did this last night. I forgot. Looks like I did several things last night and totally forgot about it. Or what I did was I set this all up for somebody else and did all the work that ended up being work for me. Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do then is open this up. And I'm going to save out each of these layers separately. I wish I could automate that, but I don't think Clip has a way to automate that. It'd be very convenient if it did do that, though. Dog go barp. Warp. Okay. Okay. So this is the background that Frog already made. And how this is going to work is that this background is going to like be tweened to go in that direction, like towards screen left. Okay. Let me make sure. Gotta update this one thing real quick for my team. So, doop. Okay, I think you must have done that in the handout. Model pack. Prop handout, 3D model. Yeah, here it is. Alright. Then what I'm going to do is go to backgrounds and do the same thing in that handout. Replace. Okay. And replace. Okay, there we go. Is nighttime background? Yes, it is. It's nighttime. It is dark. It is thankfully very dark. I'm so glad that we set this at night so there's less to render, because it's like, you can't see it because it's in the way background, it is in shadow. Keep hearing my Discord and thinking it's your Discord. Sorry. I need the beeps and the boops so that I am informed when people are trying to talk to me. It's not something I can shut off. So you'll just have to bear with it. Or get angry at me. I don't know. Go ahead, be pissed. You will have to suffer. Or perhaps change your own Discord notification sound so it's unique. Or maybe I should do that. Probably more realistic if I do that. Alright, I'm gonna get some water real quick because I'm thirsty. I have no water. I'll be right back. Ada is good doggy. Is Ada good doggy? Ada. You are not being let out there. You will just eat chicken food and get fat. You're already too fat. You're too old to be fat. It's not good for an old doggy to be fat. Her metabolism ain't the same anymore. Okay, let's see. There's my tracking. So let's see. Board. I don't need that. Let's see. Screen. Screen. Okay, cool. Actors. Boards. Tracking. Okay. So first I will export this. PNG. Actually, I'm gonna export this. PNG. PG elements. Oh wait, there's a problem. There's a problem with that. Okay. Now. Okay. Are you going to animate a 3D model of a vehicle and lining over it? Yes, there will be a 3D model. That's the next thing I'll be setting up. I'm setting up all the elements so that I can animate it in 2D once I have all the pieces in. All right, BG, save, yes. Oh. Hello. If anybody feels like treating me, I have a treat stream with a few options. If you want to feed the artist, the starving artist. Okay. Black screen. Yay. I love it when it does that. There we go. Okay. It was basically having a think. Let me make sure that that's saved okay. Good, okay. Just making sure that I didn't have the wrong elements. Let's create a new thingy up here. PNG, add that. Okay. And all I have to do is this.
Caitlin says, are the 3D models made in Blender? Yes.
Yes, yeah, we use Blender.
The cars were made by our 3D artist, Newt.
Mm-hmm. He has been an enormous help on this project. Without him, I don't think this would be going as smoothly as it is. It is worth if you are doing a project with like even half the level of complication that we're doing, I would say it's worth it.
Even if you're not including actual 3D models, like doing a layout in 3D makes things so much easier.
Yeah. Alright.
You can use those models for your animatic and everything, and then you can use them again to render like basically an underpainting for your like a model for your background artist to paint over.
It means that they have a lot less work that they have to do. Like, they don't have to do as much layout work.
They don't have to draw guidelines for perspective. They don't have to.
No.
If you've got like details in there, you can texture them in.
If there's like textured walls and stuff, it's already there, and they just have to enhance it basically, which is great when you have like tiny details, like the Lackadaisy in particular.
Yeah, like gravel everywhere and corrugated metal and wooden slats and Art Deco details and all that stuff. Like, you can save your background artist the
trouble
of having to,
yeah. Let's see, 3 screen fog layer 1. Hello. I am currently just taking the PSD that our background person made, and I'm breaking up the pieces so that it is easier to composite together and animate. Oh. But it's a very, very large file, so the clip has to do a think. Oh, super chat. Thank you for the super chat, London. Hey, I'm planning on making movies. Any tips? Start small. Like, seriously, the smaller you start, the better. You can always do something more advanced later, but make it very, very small. Like, do like, just do like a 5-second scene, try a 10-second scene, a 30-second, whatever, with a couple of scenes. Don't go for multiple minutes, because that can get really overwhelming really fast. You're trying to, like, the first thing you should do is see what you can do on your own, just to teach yourself. Yeah. Thank you very much for the follow, Jack Mitchell. 2. Alright, save that out. Let it take its time. As it do, I think. There. Clip is a pretty good program that's fairly lightweight and fast about saving, but these are just big files. And I have a chonky computer, so it is doing a think. I'm so happy that I got that C drive problem fixed, because I think I would be having a conniption about now. Doing a think. Do. Other backgrounds won't take so long to save out. This one happens to be huge. So, still doing a think. Yeah. It hasn't crashed, at least. Thank you for the follow, Shadow Silly Bones JJ. Sorry for the black screen while I wait for it to think about what it's done. It says not responding. Great. It'll figure it out. I promise. having such a think. Hello from Brazil. Hello, Brazil from Brazil. Hello, burb. Pew, pew. Hey, tiny burb. Tiny burb. Clip, I hope you didn't crash. The heck? Come on. Oh, what do you know? I woke up. To give you an idea of how huge this is, I'm on a 4K monitor, and this is 100%. So it is 4K and then multiplied by like 4 or 8 fields. So it is quite a huge file. Okay, so that's the foreground. That was the board. This is a tracking. Okay. Oop, no, don't want to do that. I'm gonna just take that out. Okay. There we go. And save out this piece because this is just for tracking. 5 tracking. We had the background artist like work outside the margin just so that I could have a little wiggle room. Alright, time to export this, so this is the final piece of the background. Thank you, London Anderson, for the 2 USD for the super chat. Hey there, I just wanted to say great work. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. The black screen is going to be in the short. Yeah, Rocky gets knocked out and for 5 straight minutes there's nothing. It's a very cheap scene. It's my favorite shot. Get paid to do nothing. Well, that saved fast. Okay. I gotta take all that and put it in a folder. There we go. Okay. Close that up. Don't need to save anything. Minimize that. And then the next thing I gotta do is open this up. This might be the appropriate scene, but let's see. I don't know if this is the right car. I suspect it's not. This doesn't look right. So I'm definitely gonna have to make a new scene. This is incorrect. Unless... Nope, this is incorrect. Okay. Don't save. Alright, what I'm gonna do then is go to my model pack, props, and 4-door glamour. What is this? What's the glamour version? Master and glamour. Well, I'm gonna have to open up both of these. I want to know what this is.
Glamour might be the one with the detailed interior,
Oh.
like the dashboard, all fancy and everything.
Except that this is the 4-door, so it's not fancy.
Oh, the 4-door did have some detail in it though.
Yeah. Okay, I think the windows were shot up at this point. Oh, wonderful. Blender now highlights the damn thing. And I can... Aha. There. Sweet. Alright, let's see. Let that texture itself. I don't need detailed interior shot for this. So, this is fine. Yeah, you like that music? That is some music that Nuke grabbed in a pack that is basically for YouTubers and streamers and that kind of thing. And we thought it felt appropriate. Something mild to put in the background. I will also, in a bit, I will put up a Spotify playlist. If anybody is a part of the Lackadaisy Discord, I will put up a Spotify playlist there, so you can listen along with that. I can't project it onto my stream, obviously, but that way you'll be able to, you know, enjoy some music with us if you feel like it. Otherwise, there's this default music. Okay, so I got that. Happens if I put on Eevee. That's what happens if I put on Eevee. Cool. Alright. Nice. Okay, good. Fine. All is well. Do I have a light? Car rig. Let's add a light. Let's make it a point light. Yeah. And how intense do I want this light to be? Okay. Bias, power. Happens if I add a spotlight instead. Spot. Ooh, okay. Oh. Let's just delete that. Where's that point light? There it is. Not sure I need that. Yeah, I'm gonna delete that. That would be very unnecessary. Okay, this. Orientation. Active element. There we go. That's what I want. Maybe I do want the glamour version. That doesn't look quite right, the inside of that. It's You thought Liana Eclipse said, I thought Lackadaisy was dead forever. I'm so happy I'm wrong. It's extremely not dead. Very, very much not dead. Oh, look at all this crap. That's interesting. Ooh, what the? It's glowing. Why is it glowing? All these damn cameras. Yee. Oh. Okay. See, the glass is green. I'm waiting for this to think. It's doing a bit of a think. Ah, there we go. I think this might be better. Colt, violin, collection. I don't need that. Don't need the lamp. Okay. So all the windows are good. Okay. Yeah, this is a better car. We'll use this car over that car. Yeah, okay. Element, local, rotate. There we go. That's not what I wanted. Go into pose mode, that's what I want. Then I can do this. But up, which is pretty cool. Looks like the steering wheel is not behaving though. That's not good. Parent object. Okay, so now what happens if I do this? And I go up. Okay, now the steering wheel behaves. Cool. All right, cool. I'm gonna save this out. Animation, handout, Act 2, 08B, Act 2. Version 2. Okay, cool. All these cams are bad. I don't want them. I will hide all of them. Actually, I will take all of these. I don't need any of you. I would like a new cam. Add camera. Scene 08B. Okay. What's this camera? I also don't need you. 08B is what I want. Okay. Okay, how do I make this all green? Color. Hex value. Okay. Can I do that to you too? No, I cannot. That was not a good idea. Okay. That means that this particular shot is in the 4-door file. We know it. And let's hide you. Sweet, okay. Hide, hide. And let's hide you and hide you. And how do I get you to behave like this thing? Does YouTube chat not get read? Didn't know it was on Twitch. I read YouTube chat. I have Restream running so that I actually can see everybody's thing through Twitch. Twitch gets forwarded to YouTube and vice versa. So you guys can talk to each other even though you're on different platforms. Hello, Jalin. Jalin says, words cannot describe how excited I am for this short film. Thank you to all involved for your hard work. It's going to be worth it for sure. Oh, Tracy, Salted asks on YouTube, is Tracy actually here? I wonder if that's okay. They aren't answering any questions though. We're just quiet. You know, I'm in the middle of getting stuff done. So is Tracy. Occasionally we'll glance at the chat and, answer questions if we see them. But yeah, no, we can see chat. We're just also working at the same time. This is a working stream. Buh. Okay. So let's see here. I'm going to add an image. It's going to be a movie clip. And it will be this. Open clip. Front. Oh boy. Why is it coming up pink? Active clip. Proxy render size. Scale. Fit. Why doesn't that want to come in? Alright. MP4 imported to Blender. Pink. So, missing a texture. Rough imp PNG not found. Why does it not want to render? It's odd. Now the pink's not even showing up. Okay, now it shows up. Active clip. Okay. Import MP4 to Blender camera. Let's see here. I've done this before without issue, but for some reason right now it's being bad. Timeline. Oh, I just had to scrub forward. Okay. I see. That's what the issue is. It was just I was in the wrong thing. Okay, cool. That works. Yay. End at 47. Okay, cool. So now I just gotta match this roughly. I think this camera might be 35 millimeter. Millimeter. Maybe it's 25? Yeah. Seems to be on the more extreme end. Oh, thank you for the bits. Shadow Sillybone says, you are doing a great job. Thank you. Yes, this is Blender. So right now I'm just trying to align my shot. I think this might be even more extreme than I thought. This might be 15. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. This is a pretty weird shot, and I needed to see enough interior, so it was difficult. It was a difficult shot. Just trying to line up this ghost, basically. Ooh, that looks cool. I think that'll look cooler, actually, than how I framed it. Even. Yeah, that's neat. Just got to get them basically all in the shot. Tough shot. That's kind of cool. I like that. Let's see. 25, what's it like? Well, it definitely, I think it does need to be 15. Let's see, maybe 20. Nah, it's gotta be 15. I knew I put this on a weird, this one was weird. I wish I had the camera that I originally used for this, but I don't. I do not. So now it's a bother. Oh, did I just hit it? Bit. Why is the nose so much bigger? I don't like that. I think this might be the best I can do. But that's fine. It's clearer anyway. What's more important is how the characters line up inside, not how close the car gets to it. Yo Fable, Salvadorian or Indian? Let's go Salvadorian. Go Salvadorian. There is a, for folks asking why Freckle has that nickname, there is a mini comic that you can find that explains it. Basically, if you shave his face, there is a freckle. Thank you very much, Knox, for the food. I appreciate it. There's my treat stream. It's little doohickey. And fun. It's fun things for all of that. Let's see. I wish I could open this just a little bit wider. But there's a limit. Dang. There's a limiter. Gosh darn. Limiter. See, trying to line it up. It's kind of tough. There we go. That is feeling better. Lined it up. line this up just right.
They're on the bank, so the water is shallow there.
Yeah.
Pixie look.
Yeah, they're basically running along the edge of the bank, and where the water is just there, and they're trying not to get tipped into the water. It's a bit chaotic, basically.
Ed X Lover 1 says, did a stray bullet go into Rocky's ear cartilage that gave him that circle?
No. He did that to himself.
Yeah, that's why nobody gives Rocky a gun, even though he's out tangling with gangsters all the time. He doesn't get the.
He's more likely to kill himself than anybody else.
Yeah.
So. It's like it's not recommended. It's extremely not recommended.
As Z would say, yes. Bowtie says, I love the artwork you sent me. Oh, glad you like it. Hope I captured the character. Yeah, he nearly shot himself in the face. Like Zib says, no one who flails their arm around that much gets to hold a gun.
Mm-hmm. Whose bird or guinea pig is chattering in the background? That would be my parrots. You will occasionally hear green cheek conures. Those are actually not my parrots. Those are my roommates, but they are in the room. And then outside there are my parrots. My cayques are in the aviary out there.
There are also chickens about.
There are also chickens, so occasionally you will hear a rooster or a buck.
I have not heard Nobu crow in a long time though. So.
Well, maybe I should go get him.
Sure.
Let's see, let me go to node view here. I think texture node editor. Where is that?
Shadow Silly Bone says Rocky is a circus clown assassin. Are you asking if he's an assassin who killed circus clowns, or is he himself a circus clown who is also an assassin?
I think he wishes he were competent enough to be clown.
Yeah.
Clowns take deciding to do those things. Rocky just falls into it.
He's just naturally.
He'd be a very dangerous clown.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I have here this object.
Orlando says, I hope they have an action sequence. Oh, there's a lot of action. Yeah, we've been like keeping a lot of the climactic part of the stuff, part of the film secret, so patrons will get to see some of the work and animation on that coming up soon, but yeah, otherwise we're going to keep it under wraps until we release the film, so that there's actual stuff in there that no one's seen yet. We've been very open about production, so, and we're fine with giving some of it away. I think a lot of artists like to see something come together, and people who backed the project like to see it, you know, the actual work happen, so we aren't just like radio silent for a year or more to.
Yeah, plus it benefits us in that we can get more people to pay attention to the YouTube channel before we even release anything. So it's not like
audience building. So we truly appreciate subscriptions if you want to subscribe to the YouTube channel, because I never built a YouTube presence before now, and so we were like scrambling to try to have some kind of foundation upon which we can release this, and hopefully it doesn't just like
when you are a lone artist,
there aren't enough eyes on it, you know?
when you're a lone artist, it's really hard to do the YouTube game because YouTube is just not really designed for what we do.
Yeah. It never really occurred to me even to, while I was doing the comic, I'm like, oh, YouTube isn't for me. That's just like a whole other bag. And like, I could have been doing streams or something on YouTube, but I just...
To be fair, it was kind of... Like, you wouldn't have seen, like, the point of it originally, but now there's a reason. Like, you wouldn't have originally been like, oh yeah, I'm gonna grow a YouTube audience. It's like, that really wasn't something you would think about.
I was busy trying to, you know, keep my website updated and do Tumblr and Twitter and everything instead. And
Nox is suggesting, just start a YouTube drama feud with one of your famous friends. Yeah, sure, let's start a feud with Ashley. Let's just start sniping back and forth.
It would be like so immediately obvious we were just bullshitting.
Yeah, it's like we're actually buds. We work on each other's projects, so it would be like, let me shoot myself in the foot.
What could we feud about? Like, we'd have to come up with something that we could even
feud about. What would we feud about? I
don't know. Vampires or werewolves, I guess.
Yeah, that would be the feud. But the problem is that our own crew would rebel. Because Jason has opinions and they are strong. And he's on both projects. He's like, no, vampires are better. It'd be more like Jason complains at everybody the show.
It would be a feud with Jason only.
Jason and Jason only, because everybody else is like, werewolves are better. And Jason's like, no, you're wrong. And he gets drowned out each time. It's pretty much like, it's Newt and Jason versus the world.
Oh, is Newt team vampire? I didn't know.
Newt likes vampires, yeah. I mean, he likes werewolves too, but he's willing to go along with the vampire thing. I don't know if he prefers one or the other. Algorithm, yeah. The algorithm wants us to play video games. It's not really in favor of slow, quiet, here we are making art things with occasional outbreaks of stupid. Tracy calling Ashley a dumbhead.
I wouldn't be able to say it with enough conviction that...
Do it, Tracy. Call Ashley a poo-poo.
It would sound like an apology. It'd be like, Ashley.
Is Ashley Nichols a poo-poo pee-pee? Yes or no?
Jack Mitchell says, how much would it cost for a cameo cat of one of us normies not in the project, I wonder? We actually had that as a Kickstarter.
We do, and if you have $10,000 lying around, you can have
if you want to throw $10K at us, that was the pledge tier.
Yeah.
So we have three backers at that level.
Yeah, we have two that never got filled, so if you want a cameo, go ahead, that would be a good time. You got $10,000? Yeah.
We had to draw entire character sheets for them and design the characters so that the animators can have the reference to work with, and yeah, they'll be in the speakeasy.
Yeah. Well, there you go. There's a suggested drama. Ashley Nichols is make her team waffle, and we'll be team pancake. The thing is, everybody loses because Mike is on both teams.
We need like one of those spectrum things, or one of those like those graphs where it's like in like on one axis you have waffles, pancakes, on the other axis you have vampires, werewolves. So are you more like a pancakey vampire, or
are you a waffle werewolf?
A woofle.
A woofle?
Or a wolf cake.
Wolf cake? No, I like woofle. That's too cute. A woofle. Tracy, no, that's adorable. Stop.
Oh, I've got reverb. Oh.
It might be because my microphone might be picking you up a little bit.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I don't hear the echo, but
it exists, I guess. I will put in my headphones in a second. I'm gonna go check on my birds in a second to make sure they're doing okay. My order of Salvadorian food will arrive between 4:30 and 4:40. Okay, that's cool. I guess that will be my lunch break. Interesting feud, Lackadaisy or Night Shift? What's Night Shift? I've never heard of that. Have you heard of that?
I have not.
No, apparently it also has cats, but Night Shift has vampires. So what, they're vampire cats? Or is it furry? Lackadaisy has everybody as a cat. I've never heard of Night Shift. Woofers and pancakes. Oh, no. Rotate. It's not the... Does that not rotate? Oh, that does.
Are you talking about like the Marvel Night Shift like group? Like Night Shift is a group of supernaturally oriented villains organized by the Shroud. Like, I think they began as something that appeared in Captain America comics or something.
Okay.
That's what I get when I search Night Shift comic, but... No, not Marvel. Oh, Pocat Comics. She has her own website where you can read it. Oh, okay, wait. Shoot us a link.
What is 360 times 2? That's 600 plus 120. 720, thank you. Much appreciated. Delete.
Starfire Agency sounds familiar. I think I've seen that comic before.
Rotation. Okay.
I think it's Fable's microphone possibly.
Yeah, it's probably mine.
Sorry. I can
Sorry
mute
about that.
myself, so
No. I just need to put my headset in. That's all. That will fix it. So let me just let me do that, and I will go check on my birds so that there won't be any reverb.
Any reverb?
Reverb. 1 second. This will fix it. All right, now talk.
How's this?
Yeah, there should be no reverb now. How's this, guys? Say some things, Tracy.
Yeah, let us know if this is working. How's this.
Tracy, don't fool them. They're just YouTubers. They're
Oh, yeah,
easily fooled.
yes, I'm sure they were very fooled by
They believe in prank videos, goddamn. They're simple people.
Well, don't be mean to your audience.
I will be very mean to my audience, you shush. I will be as mean as I like. Rotate, and then...
It's incumbent on directors to be mean.
I'm extremely incumbent.
I'm not sure what that means, but I agree.
360 rotation. Why does it only move that much? That's weird. How to rotate a tire. A challenge. Okay. Maybe I need to delete these keyframes. Delete. This wasn't even going the right way anyway, so.
Oh, is it doing, Studio Max does that too, where if you can rotate it one direction and set a keyframe, and it may rotate the other direction if it deems that the faster way to get there. Like the interpolation, just you have to like pull it into.
Nah, it was simpler than that. It was like literally just not showing up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'd always have to go into the curve editor and tell it which way to go instead of hand setting keyframes.
Ugh. Okay, maybe it does need a... Yeah. Yeah, because it only moved like a freaking degree. And it's like, no, don't do that. I need you to go this way. There we go. Now it does it. All right. So let's see.
Oh, yeah, Bowtie, you're not a bot. It's just the restream thing. The restream bot is reposting your comments.
You are not a bot, don't worry.
Yeah, that's not what it is.
There's a bot in there that posts what people say. So that's why you see bracket YouTube : this name. So handle type, keyframe type. Let's see, linear. Okay, and this one also I need to make linear. There we go. That way they don't ease. I cannot have these ease. Okay, so that's cool, but it is moving too slow. So what I'm gonna do is this again. Rotate. Then this also. Rotate. And let's see if that goes. Cool, that's what I want. Sweet. All right. And then next, what I want is the door to bounce a bit. So, not that. I would like you.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing empty messages. That's weird.
It's doing empty messages?
On YouTube. Like, they come up blank, and then...
Huh. Let me look at that. I have a feeling maybe it's doing something automatically, where like it's trying to auto filter out the bot.
I don't know.
Let me look. Here we go. Restream bot shows Twitch. Okay, that's cool. I see people talking. So let's see if on Twitch it's doing the opposite. Let's find out. On Twitch, I see it showing on Twitch also, so I don't know. It looks like it's working on both ends. Are you sure about that, guys? Because if I look at Twitch, it shows YouTube reposts, and if I look at YouTube, it shows...
Yeah, no, it's showing those. It's just that if you look on... you can more easily see the blank messages on YouTube. Like, wowza bubby, and then it's just, like, nothing after it.
Oh, that's weird. That
and then-
okay, so it's YouTubers. It's
If you
people on
just
YouTube. That's
If you just hit enter, does it just post a blank?
here. Test.
Let me try.
I just posted a test. I'm on our account, your account, whatever it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just, on a different account, I just hit enter and send and it didn't work, so it doesn't let you do that, so I don't know how they're... Pressing spacebar and then pressing enter makes it blank. Oh, okay. So you're just saying spacebar.
Okay.
You guys are fucking with us.
Oh, okay.
It's because you said they
Jerks.
were simple. They're exacting their revenge.
Make sure that glass is moving with it. Okay, seems to be. Alright. And then... Location. Let's set the other location to here. Location. Location. Location, location. Location. Let's see. Yeah, that's coming together pretty good so far. Oop, that's not what I want. Location. Location. Okay. Alright. I'm so grateful for this car. If I had to animate this car by hand,
No, this would have been a nightmare.
this would have been very frustrating.
We
Would have been
never
like,
would've gotten-
no.
We would not have been able to produce 20 minutes of film.
No. We would have had a lot less car, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I think that's as much as I need for movement. I just wanted the suggestion that I was going over bumps, basically. Alright, now I have to figure out how to bake it onto 2s. I know there was a instruction on that, so let me try to find that instruction. Model pack, Blender notes. Let's see. Let us see. Come on, open up. Blender notes. Sagan's Blender notes. Okay. I gotta bake this, that I know. Is it on the Discord, those instructions, maybe? Look to see if anything's pinned with instructions. So no, it's not difficult, I just forget how to do it. Animating in Blender, okay. Auto keying, fantastic. Grease pencil, okay. Car basics, blue. Steering wheel. 24 FPS without interpolation. Do the animation normally, keyframe it. Make sure you're in object mode. Okay, here we go. I found the instructions. So now, go to object mode. Select the rig. Click the object button at the top by add, select animation. Select bake action. What? What, in here? Object mode. No. See. Click the object up and at the top by add. Select animation. Select. Okay. Bleh. I'm dumb. This is difficult enough. Oh, here we go. Bake action. Then bake the animation with the following settings. Frame step of 2. Look for 2s. Okay, 2. Big data for car regs pose, not object. Pose. Go to graph editor, select the clock symbol. Select the clock symbol at the top left of the timeline. Select the clock symbol top left, bottom. Select all animated items. Okay. Dope sheet? No.
Nick Timofey says, is that Maya? No, it's Blender.
This is Blender. Who is messaging me? Oh, it's my landlord. It's probably talking about deer or something. New air filter. Alright, that's not deer, but that was the last thing he was talking about was deer. Click the object button at the top by add. Okay. Add object. Oh, this is what they mean. Okay, animation, bake action, frame step 2, bake data pose. Select constant under interpolation. Oh, so just bake it. Okay. That is not encouraging. This is very not encouraging. Okay. Where did everything go? I had all this animation I did. Where the fuck did it go? Did I fuck it up? What did I do? Damn it. What the fucking hell? Am I on the wrong thing? Did all this work? What the fuck happened? There it is. The hell? Why was it doing that? Mask, dope, timeline. Let's have everything here be linear. Everything here also be linear. Ooh. Were the Lackadaisy comics originally traditional art? Because I've been wondering. Tracy drew them by hand with pencil and then would scan them in and do some toning. And she still does that. It's just a little bit more digital
I still draw
work
everything
now.
in pencil first. I just do a lot more digital work on it now after after I scan it.
Okay. I feel like these benches need to be slightly darker. I'm not a big fan of the brightness of them, of their seats. I don't think I can do anything about that right now, though. I think I should leave it be, because it's otherwise it's going to be inconsistent to a bunch of other shit. It's just probably going to have to take some EB something over that or something. Maybe I like put a gradient on the inside and track that, something like that. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, anyway, I gotta go check my birds and then go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I will just let this car play in the meantime.
Okay. Line art rendering? No, this is a shader that Newt customized for us. It's probably going to be further adjusted by, like, none of the background elements have that kind of like outline like the characters will. But it'll have some EB synth applied to it, which kind of allows us to paint it and then apply that like painted effect to an entire animation of it, so it won't look quite so much like a 3D model. It'll look a bit more hand rendered than this. Oh, a pun? Like, and you need some like context for a pun. Have you guys seen that cat lawyer video that's going around today? I got sent away on the work server today because I made a pun about that, and I said that the the lawyer was like, "Your Honor, I am not a cat," but clearly he was a cat, so he was committing perjury. Cat lawyer. Hold on, let me find a link. I mean, it's all over Twitter right now. I think it might even be trending. Okay, Dunes beat me to it, I think. Fable has gone to take care of the burbs. They will be back shortly, and maybe they will have a pun for you. Knox says, I think my favorite cat lawyer pun is the contract had some strings attached. I played with them for 2 hours. Edx Lover 1 says, you think Lackadaisy will become a series after the movie is out? I have no idea. Chances are probably slim of that happening. I mean, it kind of depends on the reaction to the film, whether people like it or not, and whether some studio might show interest. But I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there right now that's, you know, and I don't know if like anyone will deem this marketable. It's really hard to say. I think like right now we're all kind of just focused on like getting the film done and having a film we can all be proud of having made. When it comes to like things getting optioned and then picked up for development and things like that, and greenlit for development, so many things can happen, and so much of it is arbitrary and boils down to who you know and who you can get in contact with and who you can get meetings with and whether or not they think it'll make money, and then how much you're willing to compromise on what it is in order to fit what some streaming network or television network wants. And then like sometimes you get picked up for something and you end up in development and then it just gets like canceled, just like like Disney keeps buying other studios up and then canceling their projects. This is what has happened to Mouse Guard and just happened to Nimona today, which really fucking sucks. So yeah, I don't know what'll happen. I mean, we all have hopes that something more will come of it, but we can't hinge all of our sense of satisfaction in working on it on that because you just can't tell. Newt, let me get you his Twitter vote. Yeah, he's working with us. He's also the Lackadaisy like community leader. He runs a lot of Discord servers and is very good at organizing those and keeping those communities running and operating smoothly. He's working with Honeycast crew right now on their fan server, and he's also working on I think he's working on Farfetch. I think he did some layout work for them in 3D, so. Chio the T says, what does Disney have against these studios? I don't know, like some people are framing it as if they are canceling these projects because they want to stamp out the competition, which maybe there's some truth in that, but I think probably it's more that they don't think they are going to make over a certain threshold, like for a smaller studio, like earning, like their definition of box office success, although box office really isn't the measure of success anymore. I mean, like maybe streaming download success is some certain number of millions of dollars, and for Disney the bar is probably a lot higher than that. So if they don't think it's going to pull in numbers that are comparable to your average Disney animated film or your average Pixar film, they are just like yeah, it's not worth our time or money, so we're just canceling this project. And of course there's also the issue of theaters are pretty well shut down now. There's probably a lot of revenue issues with a lot of major studios, so they're cutting corners and things, and it's also just like in general, this monopolization of media companies like this. Like, they start all falling under the same umbrella. They start homogenizing, and you start losing. Like, Disney has its brand, and they may determine that like this or that thing that the studio is working on just doesn't fit the Disney brand, so they're just gonna, pull the rug out from under it. And so there's probably a number of reasons why they decide. There's probably not just like one basic reason, but it sucks a lot. And you shouldn't be, like, if you're out there like cheering for Disney buying all these studios, don't be, because it's not going to give you a wider array of cool things. It's going to homogenize the shit you get served, in terms of like major Hollywood releases. Which is why a lot of people are like just trying to do indie stuff, like, and just trying to go their own way. And I hope what's viable moving ahead is these self-sustained things. Like, you're starting to see some of that, like Hell of a Boss, and I think Farfetched is planning to do a series of like just self-funded things. I mean, if you can reach that big of an audience and you can make your own thing and be your own thing and just post on YouTube, and you're in control of your IP, you don't have to be at the mercy of a studio that may get bought out by some bigger studio and cancel you at the drop of a hat or whatever. You can just remain in control of your own thing. And so I'm hoping that maybe bridges some of this loss of smaller studios out there, that people can just like make their own stuff now.
Yeah. It's like there are ways to make a small film on your own. I mean, there's ways to make a big film on your own, but I think a small film is more doable for more people.
Yeah, I was just talking about like the Blue Skies thing that happened today. And
yeah, I looked at that and I'm like, I'm not surprised. So apparently some of the folks at those studios are getting sent to other studios. So it's not like everybody lost their job, but it's the projects that matter.
But it's like the films. You just get this homogenous Disney brand stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's like having all animation be Disney is not okay. It's very not okay. So you don't want that kind of thing.
Yeah, this is the exact same thing, Citizen Zombie, that happened to Mouse Guard. Disney bought that Fox, 20th Century Fox, is it? And then, or 21st Century, I don't know what they were calling themselves at this point, but and that's what happened to Mouse Guard too. They canceled that. It's like, it either doesn't fit their brand, or they don't think it's going to be, is going to yield enough returns in box office or streaming sales to be worth their while, or they don't want it to compete with something else they've got in production, or there's a whole host of reasons they might do that, but it's not good.
Pose mode widgets.
You should want your films coming from a wide variety of places, a broad diversity of places, with, they aren't all catering to the same flock of shareholders and the same type of audience.
Yeah.
Aaron says, glad you're streaming so often. It brightens up my mood, especially because work absolutely sucked. Sorry about work.
Sorry about that.
Glad you're enjoying the stream, though.
Yeah. Let's see. Do I have to do pose mode widgets first? Okay, so how do I select all widgets? there like a thing for that? Take action. Animation, big action. Okay. And then that's not encouraging. What the hell happened? Okay, what the fuck do I do? Animation, big action, big data pose. Why'd that freeze everything? Car rig. Okay, yeah.
This is what cracks me up about working in 3D software like this. It's like no matter how many years you have done it and worked with it and how familiar you are, you're still always like, why is this doing this? What is that? What is going on?
See, that's the problem is that I don't have as much experience as you, so it's even worse.
It wouldn't matter. I'd still be like, even in Studio Max, which I used for 15 years, I'd still be like, it'd be like this for me. I'd be like, what the fuck is it doing? What is this software even doing right now? Why is this acting this way? Where did my widget go?
Ugh. I hate to have to pester Newt, but it's like I don't know what else to do. It's like I really just want to figure it out on my own, but yeah. I have to do it. Sorry, Newt. Is there big
We'll make it up to him somehow.
We'll give him an extra super worm. Yeah, he'd go real fat cricket. It's like... Yeah. It's like it's only selecting the keyframes for one part of everything instead of what it should be doing. Car rig action. I think this might be what I need to do. Let's try this. No, it still doesn't do it. Okay. That's stupid. Car rig data. Pose, armature. Body. No, that's the four-door itself. I don't want that. Wheels left, right, no. Ugh. So like, if I do this, and let's say I click that, this thing. Car rig. Like, select all. Should I do that? So I gotta assume, because it's being fucky. There. Now? Okay. That's a little better. Set interpolation to constant. Oh, I think I got it. Now, I do the same for the door. And animation, big action, object, put that on 2s, and then interpolation type constant. Okay. Let's see how that looks. So now, it does that. I think what I'm going to do also is make it so the door is separate. So I'm going to render out the car and then the door. So let's see. Hide. Hide. Render, not render. Alright, let's say this is a B. Version 3. Okay. Yep, well, it's on 2s, so that's good. Okay. Okay, so what I want to do next is I want to render the body of the car. I want to render the doors separately. So, have those be 2 different things. Uh-oh. That is incorrect. I don't want that. No, I do not want that. Well, real quick. Make sure that (32, 64). What happens if I do that? Nothing. Okay. Bloom. Threshold. What is knee? Oh, interesting. Radius. Interesting. Color, intensity, clamp. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Weird artifacting right there. To do that on a different mode. Okay. Alright, it's just Eevee artifacting. Okay. Transparent. Good, 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 good. Okay. Let's make sure that all my other settings are correct. Final render. Render animation. Export viewport image. Blender instructional. Oh, some other notes. Okay. Final render. How do we get to the door? Door. Don't like that. That's also no bueno. Not a big fan of that. Door rig. That door carpet. Okay, that's not helpful. Cadillac, I don't care about Cadillac. This isn't the Cadillac. It looks like the collection is just named weird. Okay. Why? Why? Okay, so this is in the body of the car. Alright. Door. What the fuck? Alright, I'm gonna do a quick test render just to see how this goes. Choose my location, animation, handout, Act 2, 08B, new folder, car render, except I'm gonna render a single frame to see how that goes. Okay. Not a huge fan. Definitely need to separate the doors and the window. If I can render the doors separately, actually, then I don't have to like worry about the window even.
Yeah.
That would be good. So, how do I do that? Okay. How does that make good possible? That works. Good. Why the heck can't I hide all of door window? Do I just have to like click all the damn shit? That's gonna be really frustrating. Can I group these things? Why the fuck not? Is that... Oh, pfft. That's fucking stupid. Okay. Different glass. One of these is hidden. Yeah. Okay, cool. That's fine. Make sure that this is fine too. Is the car animated on ones? I mean, originally, and then I bake it to twos. That's what I do. So that the animation itself does not have to be on ones, so. Okay. Now. Do this. I hate that the entire S collection doesn't just hide. It's like I have to hide everything in here. It's so ass. There. That. What about this shit? Where is you? Ugh. Let's see. 4 doors. Constraint. Move to collection. Where are you? Where is this thingy? This specific tiny little thingy. Okay. Okay, so that's door handle. Sweet. Okay, now I understand. Okay. Doesn't matter if this shit's in here because we won't be able to see it anyway. Okay. Sweet. It doesn't matter, it's just an interior detail. Got it. Oh, shit. Alright, let's see if that worked. That worked. Okay, it doesn't matter that there's crap down here because we're not going to see that anyway. Alright, I'll go here, check my export settings. Make sure my color depth is set good. And my PNG, I got PNG. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Resolution is very high. Nice. Okay. Let's see if this works. Render animation. Okay. Alright, it's gonna take a little bit to render all that, but figured it out at least. Roof. Roof. What is that? This is a car. I am animating the car in Blender first before importing it into Harmony. Yeah. I think that might have been food delivery. I'll be right back. It says he found the comic where Rocky shot himself.
Oh.
Yeah. He. Alright, well the food arrived. So we got yucca root with fried pork. Mmm. Yummy. This looks like it. Is it still exporting? Hard for me to tell. Oh, looks like it might have finished. Let's see. Should go to frame 47. Looks like it did. Okay. Alright. So that's that. The next step is to render the doors. Mm-hmm. Collection. Oh, that's not helpful. Okay. How do I hide everything? Do this, I guess. Ugh. This is gonna be ugly, but I don't know what else to do. Door. Mirrors, be gone. This be gone. Everything be gone. Everything goodbye. Goodbye all the things. What about this? Where's this? Oh, I want that. I do want that. So I'm gonna hide that for right now. Do hide that. Where is all this other shit? Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. And you. And you. Just hide everything that is not relevant to me. Okay. And you. And you. Where are you? What happens if I render one image? Ah, wait, I gotta do this in a new field. Lest it fuck up everything. Doors. Except. Alright, if I render one image, it's probably still gonna render the car. Yeah, it rendered the car. Okay. You find everywhere where that car is just hidden and not properly hidden now, which is gonna be annoying. BLM trim, BR trim, frame. There's definitely an easier way to do this, but I have no idea how to do that. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. And you. Alright, let's do a test render. Okay. Nothing. Nothing. Oh. Nope. Nothing. 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 Nope. Render image. Okay, so the hood and wheel thing is still there. The trunk is still there. Okay. So, what is still here that needs to not still be here? Alright, that's fine. Hood center hinge. No. No. So what do I got here? Hood side panel, front right wheel, headlights, trunk. Okay. Front right wheel. That should not be rendering. For some reason it is. What if I do that? Nope, still rendering. Okay. That's annoying. I'm going to open another version of this. Don't save. I'm just going to open version 3 again. Get back to this. Make all of these renderable. Select all, then door last. And Control J. That is not what I want. Okay. So, if I do this, let me make sure that this is in the right spot again. Hey. Accept. Render image. It's probably gonna render it all, even if it's hidden. Yeah, it did it. Okay. All right. Hey, honeys. Is it time to scream now? Is it screaming time? I guess it is. I suppose so. Okay, test render. Oh, fuck. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. Escape. Escape. There. Okay, well that hid the wheels. Don't need that or that. Okay, your front rear seat. Your windshield. Steering column bracket. This. see here. And shield frame. Shortcut unrender. Unrender. Renderable Blender. How to preview it. What is Control J? Join objects. Door last and Control J. Select all. Control J. What is join? Editable mesh. I don't want that. What is this called? Disable and renders. Renders. Select the mesh. Control H. Okay. Let's see if that worked. Top of the hood. No, it did not work. Okay. Hide object from. Let's see. There's got to be a shortcut for this. This is too. Layers. I just want a shortcut for this. No, that's render border. Hide. Ways to batch hide for render. Select the mesh, click Control H. If I press render image, it is hidden. Hide collection. That's not right. Control H, Blender. G, F, G. Preferences, shortcuts, please. This is so much more complicated than it needs to be. I'm just trying to figure out how to make something unrenderable. Just like, what's the shortcut for that? So I don't have to go and find it and then globally disable and renders. Shift to set children. What? Oh! Like that, okay. Okay. Let's see if that works. Ah, shift to select. Okay, fine. That functioned. All right. Where are you? You in here? Okay, that's not there anymore. Okay. So, hide. Render image. Okay, I need a handbrake gone. I need like certain broken windows gone. I need here's your broken window. Okay. Yeah, let's make that no longer a thing. Let's make that also no longer a thing. Okay. The handbrakes, shit. Save this out as V4. Do you think I'm slowly figuring this out? It's really painstaking, but I'm slowly figuring things out. Wheel brake. Okay, that's not it. Wheel brake, steering wheel. No frame. Okay. Now, where does that leave me? Please just have the doors. Oh my god. Finally! Finally! Finally, it's just the goddamn doors. Finally. Oh my god. Okay. Do one door. So I'm gonna render this animation now. Render. How many pets do I have? I have 4 chickens and 3 parrots and 1 dog, and then my roommate has 3 parrots and many pigeons, I don't remember the number, and a dog. And she also has some snakes, I believe. Oh my god, I actually figured it out. Yay me! I'll have a bite of pork now. Celebration. Mmm. Yummy. Mmm. Nearing the finish line, at least for this part. Yeah. This is the part I was dreading the most because it involves the most learning things from scratch on the fly. So you're seeing me kind of flounder because I don't normally work in 3D or Blender, so a lot of this is new to me. Otherwise, I could whip through this.
Scene. It's bound to be a lot of setup before you can really get started animating. So
yeah, I was just like, if I can get as far as like setting up the car and the entire shot, even if I don't get to traditionally animating anything today, I think I'd be in good shape. It is a zoo here. It's true.
I'm gonna have to start catching some kitty cats. I've got, like, since the cold weather set in, I've got many more ferals showing up than I usually have.
Whoa.
Looking for warmth and food. I feel awful, but they're also like, 2 of them had like a big showdown last night around, I don't know, it must have been a little after midnight.
Okay, that was the last frame.
And then we're making all kinds of terrible noises at each other.
Door.
And it's only gonna get colder. I've gotta set up my trap and start.
Aw. Kitties be bad. You gotta save
Well,
kitty.
it's not because they're bad. It's just they're.
I mean,
They're desperate.
yeah, I
so
used the wrong word. It's like they are.
Yeah.
The kitties have to be trapped for
I
their
feel
own
awful
safety.
for them, but they need to be trapped and spayed and neutered. And if I can trap them and get them in for their appointments while it's like, it's gonna be like 6 below, 7 below in the upcoming days. If they can be, because they'll be overnight, either recovering at my house or at the vet's office. And so it'd be ideal if I could get like 2 of them taken care of at once. That'd be cool.
All right, let's see here. Render an image just to test. Yep, that worked. Oh my god, this whole system. But it's still, this still takes way less time than like hand cutting out everything, as annoying as this has been, and it has taught me a thing. So
That's good.
yeah, I just want to make compositing a lot easier for this shot. It's like, make my life simpler, please. Alright, frame 19. Frame 20. It's doing its thing. At least it's a really short scene. I got this yucca root, so I can munch.
I need to make myself a sandwich or something.
Yummy. Okay, that was frame 47. Alright. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is import an image sequence in. So, here's the new trick. We go to Act 2. We open up this. We open up car render. Right, this is import images. I want to import a movie. Alright, how do I import an image sequence? Image. This is Act 2 again. Car render. Images. Okay. Create a single layer named car body. Oop, car body. Let's see if this works. Noodles asks, yo, I have a question for y'all. How did you come up with the idea of Lackadaisy? I don't know if you've been asked before. I think Tracy might have run off, so let's see. God damn it. Did it? Damn it. It overwrote the thing I wanted it to do. Okay. Well. Car door open. Car door closed. Car door open is empty. This is not responding. And I'll have to go back and do everything all over again. Great. Okay. Fuck it. I mean, that's almost expected. Okay. Just a car door. Open. Ah! It did it. What the hell? The fuck? What the heck? Why? Yeah. Okay, well, that worked, I guess. Car body? I'm gonna car this. Rename this. Car door open. Okay. Okay. Let's import another one. I can't believe this did that. Okay. Well. Accept. And then. And then. So much easier. Second time around. Window. Oops. What the hell? The fucking token. Windshield. Windshield frame. No. Water glass broken. No. Windshield. Okay, buddy. Let's... Active element? No. Medium point? No. Individual origin? No. 3D cursor? No. God damn. Okay, well, that's obnoxious. Oh, where'd my wheels go? Oops. I need those. Definitely need that. Where are my wheels? Okay. There we go. Make sure that I am in the right spot. Car render. Okay. Let's render out an image. Make sure it's correct. Nope. That door is still visible. There we go. It's because I didn't hit the unrendered. Okay. That works then. Alright. Let's try this again. Render animation. So Tracy.
Yes.
Yes, we had a question from Noodles who asks, how'd you come up with the idea of Lackadaisy?
I don't know. It kind of happened
Brainworms.
to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got brain parasites now.
Yeah.
I bought an old house in an old neighborhood, just outside St. Louis, and I started getting interested in the history of the house, and that kind of expanded to becoming interested in the history of St. Louis and discovering there were all these caves under the city, and they had been used for all kinds of things over the centuries, including trafficking liquor and lagering beer and things like that. And there were all these like ghost stories and folk tales and stuff. And this one prominent St. Louis brewer had built like a theater underground and a swimming pool, and like they had this whole like social scene in their caves underneath their brewery. That mixed with like some of the music I was listening to, like just happened to be listening to at that time, which was like a lot of like swing revival, hot jazz revival stuff, and these cat characters I'd had since I was a little kid just all kind of like coalesced into this idea for a story. It just kind of seemed to like my brain was just like thinking about it all the time, and it wasn't even like voluntary. It was just like just went off in that direction. And I think it was partly because at my day job where I was working as an artist in games, I had kind of moved into more of I was an art director at that point, and so I moved into more of a management role where I was like delegating tasks and making art bibles and interviewing candidates and reviewing portfolios and doing less and less actual hands-on art myself, and I was feeling kind of like stifled and not very artistically satisfied. So I think that's why I ended up pursuing the project. I just needed something in my own time to like feel creative with, and yeah, so I ran with it, and I've been running with it for a long time now. For better or for worse. But I'm having a lot of fun working on this film with all these amazing artists. Fable included, of course. So that it has led me here, I would say, is for better. However stressful it can be at times.
Princess Arkila says, "Is that your sister?" No, we're not related. I wouldn't be a sister anyway. But
no.
No, we're just mutuals.
Yeah, we kind of travel in the same or similar circles, and we're both like DeviantArt
Refugees.
Refugee. Yeah, as refugee. Yeah, I guess I'm kind of a refugee at this point. DeviantArt alumni. From that era of like, if you want to put art on the internet, where do you go? You go to DeviantArt. And kind of also like grew up on the same Disney Don Bluth, Cats Don't Dance sort of stuff, and have a thing for talking animal characters. So ran into each other at a few different conventions and did some chatting, and then I kind of decided I wanted to pursue this thing, and I knew Fable had a background in both comics and appreciated
the art form of comics, and also had a background in doing animation and studio work and everything like that. So I was like, hey, want to do a thing?
I was extremely available.
Most artists are much of the time, I would say.
I don't know, you'd be
It's just
surprised. There's
the
like
art
a
life.
lot of the people that we reach out to saying, hey, you want to work on this? They're like, I would love to, but I'm so busy right now. So
Yeah. I mean, it pretty much with all artists is like, if they could be doing their own thing and could be paying their bills doing it, we'd all be doing that. But,
yeah.
I was very lucky to have been able to do that for a time, and but most of my peers and other artists I know, it's like just kind of moving from one freelance thing to another, and I'm hoping this is a more like comfortable, more long-term thing for a lot of people working on it.
Yeah.
But also a lot of people are like juggling this and other projects as well, so it's kind of capitalism.
Wee. Yay, capitalism. Alright, so now this one. Back up because it done fuck up, so I have to make sure that everything is okay again. But now I know how to easily render and unrender things, so.
Citizen Zombie says, I still use DA, my car picks do very well there. Very cool.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I still post on DA occasionally. It's just like,
It just doesn't get the traffic it used to.
yeah, the usership
so
has dropped off so sharply. It's like,
it's like I don't know that it's really growing anymore as part of the problem.
I don't think so. And I get the same thing from Tumblr. It's like the growth has really died off.
Yeah.
So it's hard to, like, you used to, like, you post something and you'd get several hundred new, if it did well, you'd get like several hundred new followers and stuff. And now it's just like, a handful, if that. And people are like leaving it a lot too. So you're seeing like a drop off in users, and I don't know how long either of those platforms can hang on, or maybe they'll just become like niche things, which is cool too. Like they'll just be small communities, which is totally, I can see people wanting to stay in that instead of being in the big loud arena of like Twitter and stuff like that, where everybody's just like, it's just like an arena full of people with megaphones, and everybody's just shouting into the sky like, every thought that crosses their mind, and throwing art out there on a conveyor belt. I kind of miss DA because it was a little bit more, it felt more like a community than...
It was definitely set up with, here's the artwork, now talk about it, more in mind than other stuff, where DeviantArt is the only social media community that was designed for artwork.
Right.
Everything else
was designed for art.
Yeah.
Everything else is like, you put your art on it, but only because that's going to it's going to get it in front of more eyes than, putting it on ArtStation or something, or on a personal website. But it's really not made for that, and it doesn't cater to art. Like, the freaking thumbnail thing is atrocious.
Yeah, like, I find Instagram to be very frustrating for animation.
Instagram is limiting.
It's so... Yeah. It doesn't make it easy to upload things from your computer. And I know there's backdoor ways around it, but that's what's ridiculous. Yeah. You shouldn't have to use backdoor methods to upload to Instagram.
I truly don't understand their decision to not allow that. You'd think the platform would just get bigger if people were allowed to use their desktop.
Well, it's like, even if, like, I can understand that, like, a lot of people engage with social media mostly through their phone, so I understand that. However, what I don't understand is why you would make it difficult for people to put things on your platform if they're on a computer.
They try to make it so you can't do it. Like,
specifically. Or like, it's
and
weird.
That just doesn't make sense to me. It's like, okay, so you cater mostly to phones, but why not also allow desktop? Why? I mean, why?
I was like, I don't know, maybe they just don't want to support it. Maybe it's, like, annoying to support a mobile and a desktop version, but frankly, I don't think that's a good excuse.
I mean, it's freaking Facebook owns it. Like, I don't think it's a matter of, oh, we lack the manpower to do that. Or...
Yeah, they definitely don't lack manpower, that's for sure. So it super doesn't make any sense.
See ya, AZ Art. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
But yeah, there was a time on the internet when there were not, like, Twitter didn't even, like, God, it's hard to even remember when Twitter didn't exist, but there was a time when Twitter didn't exist, and really it was just like, you might have your own website, and you might have a DeviantArt, and there were like a few others that kind of lingered. Well, there was like Fur Affinity was around, and
it's still around, but Fur Affinity has been like from the time I found it, it was already behind, and then it just became increasingly so. It's like these websites that were designed around art that also make it difficult to upload art. Like that's I think one of the biggest problems with DA is that DA created all these extra steps for uploading work, and so you couldn't upload things from your phone very easily.
Yeah.
So
oh god, do you remember were you around for Elfwood?
People brought it up to me, like, particularly when I was working on Black Blood Alliance, like, people would bring up Elfwood as, like, a thing that existed, and I never engaged with it. I've only ever heard of it.
It was a sci-fi fantasy art, like, gallery thing, but you had to submit your art and wait for it to go through this approval process, and then it would appear in your gallery, but it would, like, sometimes you'd, like, upload something and it would show up the next day, and sometimes it would be, like, weeks. And then at other times it would be like, because they had these like 15-year-old mods and shit who were like, you know, they had beefs with that thing, and they would just be like, no, we don't approve this, and no, you know, like, like the description isn't accurate, and oh god,
that's hilarious.
But yeah, I mean, in many ways, like, modern social media is much more accessible and better, but at the same time it's like it's just so spread out everywhere, you just can't like find a good one spot for your art to be that people know where to look for you, and you have to like spread yourself out across all platforms and just try to keep up, and you know how, you have to like know how to game this. You can't just like count on your art being good enough to attract an audience, like, because there's so many artists, there's so much noise. Even not artists, like anything, there's just like constant noise and things fly by on your feed so fast, so it's like you have to learn how to game the system as well as be a good artist in order to really, you know, find your footing.
Frustrating. Yeah, it's very frustrating.
I think like I was very lucky in that I like came in at the right time before things got like that, where I was able to establish a bit of an audience, but like if I came in now, I would just like go completely unnoticed by
I have no idea. I mean, I just, it feels like every platform that I've been on has always been like, I'm just fall behind all the time. Like,
I always feel bad, like I'm not up on like really how to use these platforms in the ideal way, and so many other people seem like so savvy about it, and like I can use them, I have no problem. It's just that I don't quite understand like all the things I need to do to make it truly work for you, and I don't have the time or the interest to even want to do that either, though, but it's like, oh, well, who wants to learn how to, like, game Instagram to your advantage? Like, what a miserable thing to have to do.
Let's see.
Yeah, but self-promotion has always been part of being an artist, and you have to be a business person, too.
Yeah.
A PR person.
It's like none of this is new, honestly, but it doesn't mean that it's not annoying.
Or you be your own agent, and most of us can only afford to be our own agent, so. Sorry, I was talking over you. What'd you say?
Nothing.
Oh.
I guess I was saying, it's, I don't know, a lot of this has kind of always been that way. So.
Yeah, it's just different. Yeah. It's not really new. It's just different, and it feels like, because social media is so big, it feels overwhelming. Whereas before, it's not so much the nature of it as the scale, I guess. That it's like before you had to get in with only a smaller group of people to be, you know. But now it's like you feel like you're competing with everything and anything, and not just like art of a certain type that, you know, people come to find to look at.
Yeah.
It's exhausting.
Let's see. At least my method here of layering stuff seems to have worked. So I have the door, I have separate doors, so like I can draw Ivy in there and fit her in there actually, without having to do any extra comp. Like no cutting. Fantastic. I will have to put like some sort of gradient shadow on the interior of the car because right now it's way too bright, but
yeah.
I'll figure
Unless they
that
have the
out.
dome light on, but yeah, otherwise, yeah, it's got to look shadowed in there.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be dark. It'll look weird otherwise.
Yeah. That's a comp thing, I guess.
Sort of. I mean, I'll do it also because it's like I'm comp, so I might as well like figure out some of this stuff ahead of time. Like if I can figure this out,
I wonder
then
how much of an issue it's going to be for all the other car scenes as well.
it's gonna be a little bit of a headache, but at least there's only so many car shots, period. So, like past Act 2, there's really not that much. Like Act 1 has some, but so like a handful. The Act 2 has some, and that's the majority where it gets weird. But we try to keep most of it like you're either inside the car or you're outside the car and it's far away. We don't usually have anything like in between. Act 3 has a couple of car shots, but they're also really minimal. And then Act 4 has nothing. So it's just, that's going to be where it gets frustrating, I'm sure. But it could be worse. Let's see. Door closed. Oh, right. Sweet. Okay, so what I want to do is, can I group all these? Well, first I'm going to save this. There we go. Save this, and then let's see if I can't... shrink that down a little bit. Just a little bit. See if that helps. Uh-oh. That's not what I intended. Oop. I'm just a little bit worried about the processing power right now of everything, because it's a little, it's not exactly doing real-time playback right now. I don't like that. I would like to ask Z for advice, but yeah, that's not real-time playback, so that's pretty nasty looking. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It's crappy. Let's see if it improves on a next pass. Oh, it does. Okay, cool. So it just needs a render. It's gross, but, you know. Not too bad. Looks like it renders a bit faster if it doesn't have the damn video there, too. Heh. Ocean the Bard says, yeah, I've helped design social media strategies for my job, and creating performant art for social media is totally different than industry art. That's actually why social media artists have a hard time landing pro gigs. They're just different worlds. Oh, that sucks. There's gotta be a system, though. I mean, I feel like social media is kind of missing out on that. It might be that they bias away from art, though, because it's hard to generate as much art in huge quantities as it is to do, like, tweets and shit where people are just writing. Or posting, like, a photo. But, I mean, photos still take some effort. It's like, most anything that, like, focuses on photography also works well for drawn art in general, but... Because DeviantArt actually has an enormous photography community. They're still going.
There's so many reference photos there. It's crazy.
Okay, so
And
now I
other
have...
kinds of photos.
Now I have
There's
this.
just, like, straight up porn there.
Yeah. It's true. That's true. That's definitely very true. Okay, so now I have all
At
this.
least they never did that crackdown that, like, Tumblr did or anything.
They
Unless,
kind of
did
like
something, did they?
they've been like, the thing is that they have a human moderation team, and because the
Yeah,
site
I
was
guess
never
that's
as huge, Yeah, they
Yeah.
have an actual human moderation team, and they did have issues, but like I just never got as enormous. Like, there's no like porn bots on DeviantArt. I think because it's harder to sign up for DeviantArt, it takes more steps. Versus
There were
Tumblr had an
definitely
issue.
like bots and scams, but
Oh,
they were
yeah.
not nearly as prevalent as
No.
other platforms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, human moderation is definitely.
You need like I think a combination of bots to auto flag things and then humans to confirm or deny. It's like flag things for moderation team and then just click through, but yeah. Anyway. All right.
Nox says reminds me of how YouTube kind of murdered animation by pushing 10-minute stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any like 1 or 2 minute animated shorts or anything like that just fell victim to algorithm bullshit.
Okay. Now I will import the background material afterwards, I think, once I get these guys roughed in. Or, I can do it now, actually. I think I can do it now. Let's see here. Import images. Need to be BG elements. And create layers based on file names. Okay. Here we go. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, that was interesting. Woof, this is huge. Oh boy. Alright, let's put this in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tracking. Actors. Get rid of that. Screen fog.
And says who does the backgrounds? We have a team of people working on backgrounds. These particular ones were done by Frog, I believe.
Yep, Frog did these. The way you said that, it was like, these particular ones were done by Frog. And the buck stops here. Actors.
NX Lover says my math may be wrong, but is Rocky 16? I thought he was older. No, he's 22.
No. He's extremely not 16.
He was born in December 1904. This takes place in the fall of 1927.
Ah, damn it. This particular short, anyway, takes place during that time period, so.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
The comic is set in May 1927. Sweet Bites says, is Newt the only 3D artist on the team? Just followed his Twitter. He's the only, like, dedicated 3D artist. There are, like, the background artists and animators routinely also work in 3D. So they aren't, like, generally modeling things or making things, though. They're usually working with the 3D assets that were created for them to make their lives easier / harder.
/ harder. Yep. Ha ha. Look at that. It's sort of comped together now. And then all I have to do is, as the reeds, like, hit the door, they will bend down. At least that's the idea.
NX Lover says the comic says 20. Well, the comic starts by explaining that Prohibition went into effect in 1920. Well, technically the amendment was passed in 1919, and then the Volstead Act followed that in 1920. So most places went dry in like January 1920. But then it explains things that happen leading up to the start of the story, which then begins in 1927, when Lucky Lindy was flying the Spirit of St. Louis over to Europe. The first transatlantic flight, but it doesn't. It doesn't state exactly the start date, but that should tell you when it actually begins, if you know your history, I guess, or flight history.
So now we got a rocking car, roughly running through these reeds, roughly running. Yep, roughly running through the reeds. Yep.
Yes, it works.
Ruffy.
It's very roughy. Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
Zombie says Newt is goo. Was that supposed to say Newt is good or just Newt is goo? Because I guess both of those apply.
Newt is good. Yes, this is true.
Or
Newt is goo. Also possible. Possibly.
I mean, newts, I guess, are kind of gooey. So.
Yeah.
Liam Garner says, as a background artist who hasn't worked since 2017, I'm terrified but also jazzed. Cool. Is there some reason you don't do it anymore, or haven't been doing it?
Let's see if... Is there like a way to put a warp on this so that I don't actually have to animate it? It'll just do it automatically. That'd be cool if I could. If that were a possibility. You...
Freckle is 18, not 17, but close.
Table style.
Angie Kun forever. It says, is the comic still ongoing? Yes, it's kind of on an unplanned hiatus right now just because I am overburdened with work relating to the film, to the Kickstarter fulfillment, and Patreon right now. But the film is a finite thing, so I plan for things to go back to quote-unquote normal when we wrap, so... Yes, and in the meantime, I post small comics and art and things to try to not disappoint everyone completely. Although I probably already have done that, so.
Let's see here.
Yes, the car's going backwards.
Backwards car. Here we go. Let's see if there is a node.
Liam Garner says, the deadliest school massacre still in American history is when a guy in rural Michigan that week dynamited an elementary school and no one knows what the motive was. Yes, I've heard about that. I think somebody wrote to me at one point and mentioned that like somebody with the name Kehoe was involved and asked me if that was some reference to that because there's a Captain Kehoe in the comic. I was like, no. It's not a reference to a school massacre, but interesting. Yeah, there's a photo there that says 1927 and indicates that it's May as well, so if people like pay close attention to details, they can pick that stuff up. I hide things in the details a lot, so.
Yeah, that
usually
way it's like,
I make sure it's like information that isn't entirely necessary to have, but it's just like accompanying. I mean, it's not entirely necessary to know exactly what weekend it is in May that the comic is taking place, but.
Let's see here. Show selected deformers.
Liam says, after I graduated college, I had to stop due to my health. Now I'm trying to learn how the industry works again. So you say you're a background artist. Like, do you do digital work or?
Trying to figure out how to use this mesh warp. I'm pretty sure that Z had some kind of tutorial on mesh warp also, so this is what I'm trying to do.
EdX Lover says Freckles' second nickname should be Babyface. Rocky actually calls him that in the short.
He calls him a lot of things. He calls him Torpedo Boy.
Yeah, he's always got nicknames he's got a lot of nicknames.
That was actually a problem we had when we were writing the script.
Which is not actually his name, but...
we actually had a problem in the script where we realized that we were calling him everything including Freckle without specifying that he's generally called Freckle, so it was like, what's this guy's name? Would not be clear to people who weren't familiar with it already.
It's the kid with a million monikers. He's just whatever Rocky feels like calling him at that moment. But his name is Calvin.
Yeah. To me, he's Freckle.
Yeah.
Yeah, when the audience calls him Calvin, I'm like, okay, you're one of those fans. A deep diver.
There are a few people,
yeah. They'll just call him Calvin exclusively, and I find that funny. Yeah.
Like, it's almost like, I don't know, it's more respectful, because I think, because Freckle doesn't like being called Freckle, he's not terribly fond.
Meanwhile, I don't give a fuck. It's like, respect.
Like, what 18-year-old guy wants to be called Freckle? But he is a baby face with a freckle, so...
A baby face. Yes. Why can I not? Damn it. Trying to figure out how to use this.
Everybody I worked with was already behind the times. My program heads were Animaniacs veterans. I still used a lunchbox in college. You mean lightbox?
No, lunchbox is the word, actually.
Oh, okay.
It's called a lunchbox. Okay. It's what you would do. So it was like a way of easily viewing your animation in the frame rate that it's supposed to be at. So you would just like, yeah. it would quickly assemble everything. Well, I mean, you'd be doing it by hand, but yeah.
Okay, yeah. My mind went immediately to Lightbox for some reason, but since we're talking about animation. But and I was the last class to storyboard on paper. I'm not up to date. I see.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Yeah, digital is probably the way to start leaning if you want to get back into things, but you probably already know that, so.
Yeah.
Storyboard Pro and Toon Boom.
Yeah.
I don't know, are there other storyboard software that you would...
Clip Studio, you can storyboard in Clip Studio. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it for all instances, but I'd say that is overall pretty useful.
Dune
Here we
says
go.
I remember being thrown off when I got to the part where with Ivy at college because I thought they were younger than they actually were. Yeah.
That's just because they all look like kittens. It's just the way they're drawn. It's like, otherwise it's like, how would you describe the difference between like the adult cat
like,
and not?
Casting 30-year-olds to play high school kids and like TV shows and things.
Why is this difficult
You gotta like,
to work with?
I don't know, kids who are like in their teens are still babies, they're still kids.
Yeah.
They might technically be adults, but
I don't know, they look pretty baby-faced to me.
yeah, I mean when I was that age I was still very much a kid, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Thanks, Herm Doggy. Some of that knowledge is hard won. I had to do a lot of research and go down a lot of rabbit holes to find information I need, and then try to make sure it fits into the comic without being too distracting or.
Yeah, that's one reason why it's
feeling
hidden
like
also.
It's like, yeah, like organically part of the story and not just like, by the way.
Did you know?
Did you read about this like Leopold and Loeb murder in the in the newspaper?
It's like if you are someone who is Wikipedia inclined, it might be a fun side project for you, basically, but you don't have to in order to enjoy the story. It's just like it adds another dimension to it.
You can't make it like reliant on people knowing a lot about the history, although it helps if you know what prohibition was. I have encountered people who are like, what was that? Like, oh, there was a time when alcohol was illegal? What?
Huh? What? No way.
I mean, people outside of the US, it's totally understandable that they wouldn't know, but if you grew up in the United States, like, you should know.
That's a pretty common thing covered in our curriculum, so that would be weird if you don't know. It's not impossible, considering the state of some people's education and public schools, but, you know. Come on. This is so hard to work with.
Herm Doggy says, wasn't there at least one actual 1920s gangster that did have the nickname of Babyface? Yeah, Babyface Nelson. I think that was more the 30s, though. That was, like, that period where, like, the Bonnie and Clydes and, like, the outlaws who would, you know, cross state lines to get away from the cops and rob banks along the way during the Depression. But yeah, Babyface Nelson, he was like famously bipolar as well, and well, at least they like retroactively kind of diagnosed him with that, but based on his behavior. But if you've ever seen whatchamacallit, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Like the gangster guy that they end up encountering, and he's like, you know, shooting at the cows and stuff with a Tommy gun from the car as they just try to get away from the cops. He's just like gets distracted by the cows and starts shooting at the cows. That was supposed to be Babyface Nelson.
Let's see how that looks.
Liam says, "You'll laugh, but I just bought my first Cintiq. I was an accidental background artist. I started in layouts and then had to do backgrounds because our background artist said Jesus told him to quit." Wow, that's an interesting.
This actually looks like it worked out
Curveball.
pretty well. Look at that. It definitely looks like it's reacting to the door. That
I'm not
mesh
seeing
warp.
it in real time, so I.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Well, let me I could stream it to you. We do that.
Okay.
That's good. But yeah, look at that. It does look like it's reacting to the door. Here and there.
Yeah, I think it like
it needs a little bit of work, but
individual ones that kind of slap against it or something.
yeah, I can like animate those by hand.
Yeah. But I mean, it's a quick shot, and there's the characters take up so much of the space. I don't know if it'll even be necessary. This will.
Yeah.
We'll see. But yeah,
We'll
like
see.
near the
Well,
bottom
as I build
corner
the
of the
shot.
door, it might have like one or two that get hand animated just to fly out of the way or whatever. Or even just like some grass, like bits of grass flying.
What is this?
Across the screen or something as the door like tears up the
Yeah, that'd be cool.
blades of grass. Well, that's cool that you've got a Cintiq. I used to work traditionally as well, and then I started learning digital because my job required it, and I haven't really looked back since. So, Cintiq has made a big difference for me. Yeah, definitely a good investment, I think. Hope you enjoy it.
Hey, Clint.
Knox says I still say breadbasket as a good alternative.
You made pasta? Oh, awesome. I might check that out later. What kind of pasta did you make? The wiggly kind? Like with a red sauce or vegetables or? Okay, all right.
Red sauce, a little bit of mostly broccoli stem,
Mm-hmm.
some olives.
Okay. Nice. That sounds good.
Knox says we should have cast John Travolta as Freckle. Yeah, like Grease with a.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was like that one guy in the gang there that he looks like he's like 45 years old, but he's like playing a like 17-year-old or something. It's like really. Liam says, Storyboard Pro still? I would have thought it got supplanted by now, but good to know some of my memories of using it will help.
Oh no, no. It's gotten much more
no.
advanced now, if anything. Like
Yeah,
this is Toon Boom, for instance, and this is
pretty
much more
standard.
advanced than back in whenever you stopped using Storyboard
Yeah.
Pro.
But yeah, if you have questions about software, feel free to ask. We talk about that all the time. So.
This mesh warp, I think, is fairly effective in creating this this effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like just roughing it in. I mean, that's pretty good. Right now, it looks really rough. If I go in and like do a couple like hand done ones, I think that'll be even more effective. So like but this alone. Oh, that's. I don't like that. Move that there. Yeah, this alone is
Liam
quite effective.
is asking, is the lattice deformation of 2D assets or 3D assets? They're 3D, but I think they're just on a plane. It's like a 2D plane that has.
Yeah, so what I did was I took the 3D assets, exported them as a PNG sequence, and then imported that in, so now they're flat.
Right, it's really just like projecting a texture onto a plane.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think like each blade of grass doesn't have its own. Like,
No, it's just a card.
yeah.
It's just a 2D card. Yeah, it whips
So
by pretty
technically 3D,
fast.
but like the 2D version of 3D, if that makes sense to you.
There we go. So, let's see here. Yep, these go. Okay. Now if I can find all that. This is what it does now.
Hermdoggy says, weirdly, we watched that in high school English class because it was basically a 1930s AU of Homer's Odyssey. Yep, it is a retelling of the Odyssey with a 1930s, like southern 1930s backdrop.
Now why, oh why, did the little dog cry?
EdX Lover says, in the Lackadaisy, me and some other members were wondering how the cast would react if in the other world. I was thinking Rocky would lose his phone immediately while Freckle liked shooting games. Freckle playing FPS games, yeah.
I could see that, yeah.
And he'd be like playing Fortnite and shit like that.
He is, after all, an 18-year-old boy.
Yeah. Maybe even in secret he learned how to floss. Like,
no, don't tell them that. They'll make him do it. They already made him... What was that they made him do? Somebody animated him doing a dance, and it was just like, he looked like he was doing it at gunpoint. It was amazing.
Accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rocky would lose and break phones all the time, yes, and he would constantly be texting back and forth with Ivy. Like, they would never shut up. He would be like a texting and driving accident waiting to happen.
It's a good thing that cars are easier to steer with one hand, because then Ivy can just reach over and make the car not crash when he's being terrible.
Yeah, power steering helps.
And duplicate this layer and take it out of the mesh warp.
Nox says, shall we plug Z's channel for Liam? Yeah, sure. Yeah, Z basically our Toon Boom guru on the team.
Yeah.
Does a lot of the cleanup work, and she streams a lot of it, and she also streams instructional videos about how to use Toon Boom.
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead and drop that link in there, Nox. I'm way behind on the chat, so I apologize for I'm answering things that people probably asked 10 minutes ago. How do you go about finding reliable sources for information in the 20s? Dragon fruit. Yeah, it's tricky. There's a lot of incorrect information on the internet because people get, like, will take things from movies and interpret it as fact, and then they'll, like, write up a "did you know?" or a list of, like, here's slang from 1920, and they're just, like, getting it from films, and frequently that's just, like films, they play fast and loose with actual history and stuff, so it helps to go back to, like, actual sources of information that are more reliable, and so you can find basic information about the 20s pretty easily, but, like, the more detailed stuff you have to, like, there's no one place where you can look. Like, if there was, like, one book or some, like, you know, huge compendium of, like, here's all you need to know about the 1920s, like, I would have bought that a long time ago. But there isn't. There's just, like, lots of different facets that you have to find information for, and the best information is always the stuff that was produced at the time. I mean, contemporaneous to the time period you're writing about. So writing that was done at the time, that'll tell you what the slang actually was. Although you can reference things like Cassell's, like, Dictionary of Slang is actually really great. I think they have an online version of that now too, but it's like this huge honkin' book full of slang from going back a few hundred years, English slang. It's fun. Going back to looking at, like, clothing catalogs from the 20s is helpful. Like, you can fortunately you can find, like, people love historical fashion, so you can, like, look on Amazon or other booksellers and find, like, books that are basically just compiled reprints of, like, Sears catalogs and things like that. of clothing, and like going back and looking at photos also helps, like to see what people wore and what things looked like, what cars looked like, and everything. Like for any one subject, you can basically find a special interest group for that thing, and like some of them are easier than others, like cars and guns and architecture and clothing and fashion and like art styles like Art Deco and stuff. It's like easy to find references for that.
Come on.
Then there's like more obscure stuff like how do you make a long distance phone call in the 1920s? and that kind of stuff is harder to research because there really wasn't a standardized like phone system. Like a lot of it was like different depending on where you were.
Mm-hmm.
And in some cases, like what was considered long distance was actually very close to each other, and like things like I don't know, anything more detailed than just like base level, like what models of cars were there. Like then you have to like get down to the nitty gritty stuff and be like, well, okay, so we know like this model of car existed, but then how do you start that car? Did it have an electric ignition? Did you have to crank start it? Did it have both? And you have to like, had to do a lot of specific research for that. There was a part of the story that had like all kinds of different things we needed to research and like mechanisms that we needed to look into. Then I can't give it away, but it took a lot of research and a lot of digging to find
It definitely influenced the script as well, so it wasn't just like for the shits and giggles. It was like literally
it was an important thing, and we needed like detailed information about this one very specific type of machinery, and it was hard to find, and we had to dig around quite a bit to find it, and then it like ended up changing some aspects of the writing. Like what we found was actually what existed at the time, and we had to like work with that within those parameters to make sure it wasn't like too outlandish. Like to some extent this isn't like realism in the sense that like it does require a little bit of suspension of disbelief, but not like it's not like crazy fantasy land. It should feel like kind of attached to reality in some way, and so we wanted to make sure we didn't like just completely make up a bunch of shit and then people go like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Like
it's like basically with a slightly better than layman's understanding of the time period, would this still make sense? Yeah.
And knowing that we try to get the details as right as we can within reason, and then we also are like all too painfully aware that like gun nerds and other types of people are like gonna come at us like, well, this couldn't have happened, and this didn't work this way, and it's like, we get it as close as we can without interfering too much with the story itself. Like you start to understand when you write something like this, like why movies play fast and loose with reality and history.
And we don't have like a historian on our team to be
we don't have like
doesn't...
any TV show or film, like they have a team of consultants who to tell them like how things worked, and even then they bend those rules, and we don't have the luxury of having like historical consultants. We just have to like rely on me and our research capabilities for other things that I don't know off the cuff, so
yeah.
Art King says, currently at the last stage of airbrushing a box of Warhammer terrain pieces. Either of you done airbrushing or miniature painting before?
Oh, I wish. That sounds super fun.
My old housemate used to do that, but I never got into it. I did used to like make clay models of characters and things, and like work in polymer clay and things like that, but I haven't done that in a long time. And it's not really the same thing as like airbrushing miniatures, so.
I'm just like creating a quick water effect just to see how that feels. Okay, everything is set up. Everything is set up. Set up, set up, set up.
Scorch says, I loved when Calvin had to hand crank for like 5 minutes and he still outran Rocky completing. Yeah. And even that I got wrong. Like, not the cranking. That's something you would have had to do to an old Model T like that to start it. But the position he was in is the position like that you get your arm broken in if you because you can crank it and then like if the engine starts, it can throw the crank back and at your arm, and like a lot of people would end up with like fractured tibia or fractured ulna and radius as a result trying to start their car because you're supposed to stand in front of the car and crank into such a position that your arm is not in the line of the crank actually when it spins actually hitting your arm. So yeah, all those details. It's hard. It's hard to be on top of all that.
And all this just to get a car to kind of rumble along.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I had thought about doing just like a still card for this when I was like, no, I wouldn't be ambitious.
Oh, whoa, wait. So Liam, you said that was like that it's under your dead name, so I apologize if I'm like dead naming you right now.
Oh shoot.
If you want a different name, like it's just like what I see listed, but if you have a different name you'd like to go by, just say so. Says, a luxury I don't have. When I made my own Animorphs pitch, I said it in the 90s. Fable, I don't know if yours was contemporary or time capsule. So
mine's was contemporary, but it had a lot of callbacks to the 90s. It was very, it was very much like the aesthetic that we wanted to go for was kind of newsprint vaporwave, as we wanted something that had that feel of like the decaying 90s, where like the 90s was the height of a lot of that mall rat shit, and then but nowadays like it's dying, and I thought there was like a lot of interesting parallel between like the way that American culture has gone and how that can fit into Animorphs. So I wanted it to be more modern. I thought that would have been interesting. Also, I thought it would be interesting as well. It's like if you have this idea of like this alien invasion and people like taking over brains and that kind of thing. Imagining that if you had the more mature internet of the now with people like talking about these things on forums and that kind of thing, and on Reddit. I'm a they, not a she, Crafty. I am animating this this shot. If I put the storyboard over it, you can see like how it's supposed to land. So right now I'm just building the elements up, and I'm basically kind of setting up the file so that I can get to the point where I'm animating like the characters themselves. So yeah. Trying to create like a cycle for the water so it feels like it's flowing.
Daryl says crank starting actually killed some people back then since antibiotics weren't a thing yet. Oh yeah, lots more people died of infection and all sorts of childhood diseases and things, and adulthood diseases, and yeah, it's medically speaking, yeah, you wouldn't want to travel back in time to the early 20th century or earlier than that.
I mean, as bad as the coronavirus is, like, Oof.
Yeah,
Can you
imagine that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's like basically what the Spanish flu was.
Yeah. The
And it
Spanish
killed
flu
millions
killed
more
so
people.
many.
Like, we've lost
Yeah.
not quite 500,000 in the United States yet. I mean, probably is about 500,000 if you consider there's probably many cases that have gone undiagnosed and people who just never went to the doctor or whatever. But let's see, Spanish flu killed millions worldwide. So
It was a lot of people.
yeah, and a lot of that was because people would get it and then they would get pneumonia, and there was no antibiotic treatment to save them from that. So yeah, actually it was 675,000 in the United States, so estimated.
Wow.
That's actually less than I thought. But 50 million worldwide.
Yeah.
I don't know where we're at with yeah, the US got away easy compared to some of Europe and other places.
Yeah, it was brewing in Europe for longer, I guess.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, people coming back from the war basically brought it with them, and
it was also like a less dense. It like the United States back
Yeah,
then, there was so
popular-
many
yeah.
fewer people. It was so much
Yeah,
less
right.
dense. So the fact that it's still, even now, still has like a higher.
yeah,
Yeah, like that is amazing because it's like that shows how widespread it was, like how prevalent. So it's like the percentage of the population that got infected and died was really high. It's still appalling now. Like this is not cool.
yeah. I mean, by the time it's over, it's going to be pretty much on par with Spanish
Yeah.
flu losses, at least for the United States. I don't know worldwide what
Yeah.
we're looking at. Probably less than the Spanish flu worldwide, I would think.
Yeah, hopefully.
Worldwide, they're estimating 2.33 million right now.
For coronavirus?
Yeah, which is significantly less than 50 million. So.
Yeah. No, we could have done a better job, but
Yeah,
the administration was not interested in doing a better job. So,
no. Okay, it's Leah Man. Got it.
okay, let's see here. Just get some car body in here.
Max says, COVID is not cool. Controversial statements from Fable. Yeah, it's very controversial.
Yeah. Okay, that's starting to feel a bit better.
Much disputed.
Yeah. I know everybody's like super huge COVID fans and all.
But I'm
Isn't-
not having it.
Unpopular opinion, but COVID is not cool.
COVID bad. Liam Ann says, I transitioned halfway through the last film I worked on, so I'm Liam Ann in the poster and Liam in the credits. Ah,
Oh, that's so awkward.
what
I
was
hate
the
that.
film? Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there. I really loved like going onto the Warner set and having them like look at my driver's license and look at me and look at like what I was supposed to be signed in it to as, and every fucking time it being a hassle. Every fucking time. It's like every time having to explain to them, excuse me.
That sucks.
Yeah, that's one reason I want to get that fixed.
Yeah.
And I am not the only trans person working in animation. I'm far from not the only person. So.
Yeah, it'd be nice of the studios to catch up a little bit there.
They're actually better than you think. Like I said,
I mean-
because I'm far from the only person. Like it's and what's more is a lot of people who aren't trans also go by different names,
Right.
or have their names legally changed. It's
Mm-hmm.
MB falls under the trans umbrella. I'm trans. What's more is that I'm not trans and femme. I'm trans and mask, so I definitely skew more in that direction. So, but no. Some MB people don't consider themselves trans because they're comfortable with being viewed by other folks as being cis. They're fine with that. Or not being viewed as cis, but rather to them getting quote unquote clocked is not a big deal. Like they also identify in that way. But for other for other non-binary people, that's definitely not the case. So while it's up to any individual person to determine like whether or not they want to call themselves trans, in general, non-binary is under the trans umbrella. It's safe to assume that that exists underneath that. But yeah. So yeah, I'm far from the only trans person. I'm definitely not the only non-binary person I know in things. And no, I'm not just talking about people who work on Steven Universe. Any production I've been on, there's folks who are either, usually they're not out, but increasingly they are more out. I was one of the few out people I knew like earlier on, but I was definitely not the only out person. I remember being at a studio and finally running into like an out trans man. Finally. They weren't on a crew that I shared in common with, but I was like, this is like the only out trans man that I've seen here. I know they're not the only one, but it's definitely not, it's not like so freaking uncommon that folks don't know. Yeah.
It's not uncommon at all.
No, it's not that
game
uncommon.
Industry is probably...
It's full of trans people. There's so many
Yeah.
trans women I know who work in games. Like,
Yep,
so many.
I
Yeah.
worked with 2 different trans women at my very tiny studio that I worked at.
A lot of folks, even like you don't know they're trans until later they transition. You're like, oh, and like they come out. Some of them figure themselves out. Some of them come out. But the percentage of people estimated to be trans is a lot lower than I think the reality. I'd say that there's probably at least twice as many trans people as what the statistics would say. Which is still not like a huge percentage of the population, but it's higher than 1% for sure, for certain.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, in a lot of places, it's still very dangerous to come out,
Yeah.
honestly, so...
Yeah. I had a friend who was trans femme, non-binary, who would have a hard time walking around at night because they would get hassled by people.
Oh.
Yeah. It's just some people just see like a trans femme person and they just assume prostitute. And first of all, if they are a prostitute, don't be rude. That person's on the job. And second of
Yeah.
all, what the hell? So, that's rude. I think you should be respectful regardless, especially
Yeah,
because
I
you don't want to
mean,
mistake someone for a prostitute and they're not, because that's like rude to proposition someone who's definitely not looking for it.
Right.
And it's not like they were wearing, like, skimpy outfits or whatever. Just some people see, like, someone who's trans femme and automatically assume must be prostitute, because that's the only place where they are willing to acknowledge that trans women exist is in porn. And that's not okay.
Yeah.
So... But yeah, no, I've known a lot of trans folks in the arts, and across the board, like pretty much any career you look at, there's going to be trans people there. Yeah, asked Angel Dust. Well, I mean, I think Angel Dust is more gender non-conforming, which is not necessarily trans. Like, that's more like you identify as the gender you were assigned at birth, but you were comfortable leaning to the opposite and, like, not being viewed as strictly one thing.
Yeah, I don't
so
think,
it's a kind of gender fluidity, but then I don't know all of Angel Dust's, like, background and everything, so I don't know precisely, like, don't take any of my words as basically, like, canon. don't, because I don't know everything. But this is just based on the limited amount I know, which is a mix of what fans know and just what I had to know working on the project, which was not that much. Mike might know more, but it's not like VAs are privy to all information on their characters even. But as far as I know, Angel Dust is a gender non-conforming man who is gay, who is comfortable doing sex work, at least some of the time, and is happy to wear women's clothes. And I've known gay men like that, so...
that was my understanding as well.
Yeah. We're all just people who deserve the same rights. Hell yeah. It's like, look, I don't think it matters if your favorite color is pink or blue or purple or whatever. I don't know, bullshit. And it shouldn't have any bearing on, like, your healthcare or your legal rights or anything like that. I think that your gender status is totally irrelevant to that stuff. But for some people, they believe that it should not be. And I feel like fundamentally it comes down to this idea that they believe that women should have few or different rights than men. And so anybody who crosses that boundary, that they try to put, like, a strict fence between, violates that concept. But you can't really... it's hard to be anti-trans without also being misogynist. Because you have to state that, basically, that somehow men and women are deserving of different rights. And that's just not the case.
Deserving of different rights are just, like, meant for a different kind of treatment.
Yeah, I mean, well, like, if... yeah.
Be spoken to differently, regarded differently, and... yeah.
Yeah, and it's just kind of... it's a cultural notion that there's just, like, a lot of pushback, you know, and for all the people who try to
sort
point
of,
out,
like,
it's like, yeah.
An absolutism that makes people comfortable, and they don't like being taken out of their comfort zone, because they like that, like, there's a lot of that, like, people trying, a certain generation especially, trying to relive the 1950s when, quote-unquote, men were men and women were women and everybody knew their place, and it's like...
Never mind that trans people existed back then, too.
Right, they just didn't talk much about it, and media didn't say anything about it, and it's like...
All I could find, there was, like, an unusual amount of, like, turns out this man was actually a woman the whole time. There's so many, like, stories from that time period, especially when I look at 1920s, where that was, like, the salacious gossip in newspapers was, you would find frequently, they would find it fascinating if it turned out that, some guy died. Turns out that he was not assigned he at birth, and they got into a tizzy about it. And they're like, wow, that's what a weird thing to do. Meanwhile, it kind of seemed like it happened often enough that, I mean, there was definitely communities of people.
It happened fairly often, and especially in like the entertainment business, where that being like a celebrity kind of afforded you a certain level of privilege where you could live that kind of lifestyle and be okay.
I think even more so, it was like, if you were a celebrity and found out, it was a bigger deal and was more likely to get written up in the newspaper, but plenty of people would live that way and never would get found out, or it would never make the newspaper.
Yeah, some of them never got found out, and others like reveled in it, and enjoyed the extra attention and everything, but that was definitely not like the base standard for everybody's treatment. Like like if you're a performer and you know people love you up on stage, then you have a certain like almost expectation that you're going to be like
a little on the odd side.
Like, and you can, and like a lot of entertainers would like work that into their act and everything, and it was how they managed to like exist at that period of time when like other people in what they would have called like polite society could not.
I think that's also one reason why you find a lot of folks on the edges drawn to the arts in general, is that there is a certain social okayness with being in the arts and also different in a way that's not possible in some other fields. And so you'll find a lot of people who end up like gravitating towards that, because it's like, it's not just skill, but also what other options do you have to be, you know, even remotely honest with yourself, and not, not threatened by people. Well, not a threat to other people. You might be threatened by other people, but other people consider you a threat because they're like, oh no, I question my manhood now because you are the way you are. And meanwhile, it's like, I'm not asking anybody to call themselves trans or whatever if they don't feel comfortable with that. Just because I exist doesn't like mean you don't. But I feel like some people react that way, where they feel like they're being directly challenged by the existence of trans or non-gender conforming people,
the
or
level of insecurity you need
or
to
intersex
have
people
to feel like threatened. I don't know, but sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, go ahead. But it's
I
like,
mean, like having, sorry, go ahead.
Like, I think, like, the existence of trans men is so much of a threat to some guys that people like to pretend they don't exist, period. It's just, like, the idea that anybody could be like, okay, I'm a man, and they declare themselves such, runs counter to this idea that manhood is just this, fragile thing that, can be taken away at a moment's notice, and that you have to... That as a cis man, you have to constantly establish that you're a man, you're a man,
yeah,
you're a man.
You have to, like, maintain some, like, I don't get that.
Yeah. And, it's a very poisonous attitude. Meanwhile, it's like, I'd say that, I mean, I think it's healthy for anybody to ask themselves, okay, what gender am I? Because you might come to the conclusion that, yeah, I'm cis. And that's fine. But if you don't know it's like, if you never asked yourself that question, like, what gender am I? I mean, have you ever asked yourself, like, what's your heritage? You know, what's your background? You know, what have you been through? Like, what makes up your identity in general? And gender is just part of that. And it's like under a microscope right now, but I mean, it's really just an aspect that informs like your view of the world. So I think it's healthy to be able to like look at yourself and examine yourself, and you don't have to like go, I'm not going to think about that. Because if you do, then you might actually be neglecting some things. Like, maybe you want to be a better person and you have, like, a selfish streak. Well, if you can examine that and figure out, like, okay, how do I manage that? Then maybe that's, you know, healthier for you. Or, like, if you suffer from various mental illnesses and you're able to, like, examine that and go, like, how do I receive help? Like, I need help. How do I get help? I think that's healthy to do. But yeah, fragile masculinity, cringe. Yeah. Fragile masculinity is extremely cringe. Like, all those, like, commercials where it's like, this is the razor for you! Tactical camouflage! Brah! Used by bears! It's like, Okay,
yeah, or
like
what were those commercials that were like talking about the man card or something? Like I think it was a car commercial.
it was
from,
like
like, 2 years
it was
ago
like a
or something.
credit card for men.
Nope, it was
I
the
don't
man
know.
card or whatever. It's like, what the fuck? Don't get your man card revoked by buying the wrong products. Like, oh fuck this.
Mm-hmm.
The idea, like commodifying that kind of shit. It's just like, oh, you're okay. So your gender is now a brand that they market to you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people buy into that, and it's like, why?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get that a lot of it's, I guess, unconscious. Like, maybe a lot of people aren't aware how much Hollywood like defined manhood in the like 30s, 40s, and 50s, like, and how different manhood was perceived in like previous centuries.
But Jesus Christ, I mean, even like what was manhood back then was not as like extreme in some ways as now.
It's really like, yeah.
It's like
But
sometimes it's
really
like, oh,
letting...
you take a shower and wipe your ass, you're not a real man, and I'm just like, the hell? Basic hygiene means you're not a man now? And it's because like hygiene got associated with gay men, which means I guess it's gay now to take a shower.
It's associated with preening and vanity.
Yeah. And it's, jeez.
Which is a feminine quality.
Please wipe your ass. I promise you that your gender status will not disappear if you wipe your own ass. Like,
and
oh my
Lovers,
god.
Like, I like the Old Spice commercials. I like the Old Spice commercials
Oh,
because
those are
they
fun.
specifically take aim at that. They are self-aware. They know what.
They're a goofy fantasy version, and it's not toxic or anything either. It's not. It's here's the difference. The Old Spice commercials never say that if you don't want to be a woman, you have to use our product.
Well, it's almost parodying
that
like ultra masculine, like if you use this product, you become a mega ultra man. Like
it's
like, of course.
Yeah. It's like so much of that also, it's like, oh god, so much of gender divide shit is so driven by advertising. Where it's like a lot of advertising aims at like stuff you're insecure about explicitly. So yeah. It's a good practice to question these things. Yeah. Wowza Bubby says, I'm still in high school and I'm moving to homeschool because of homophobia/bullying. I really want to get a job in art one day, and that'd be super rad, you know. Well, I hope you have a good time in homeschool and that you can get the education that works for you. I was myself like frequently bullied in school, so I very much understand. You know, work real hard to achieve your dreams. I don't know. Didn't somebody sue Axe because he didn't become miraculously attractive to women? I don't know. Who knows? I just remember there was so many middle school and high school guys who used Axe body spray, and I'm just like, why did you fall for this? And it doesn't smell great. It's not the worst, but it's also like, when you smell it everywhere, you just kind of disappointed in teenage boys. You're like, you really fell for that? Really? But it might also just be like their friends use it, so they use it too. But damn, like, stop spraying yourself. Let's stop drowning yourself in that. Yeah, I'm not really interested in market segregation. It's creepy and crappy, and it's not really about the kids. It's about playing into the bigotry of their parents and the biases of their parents. Because, like, kids don't care. Parents do. So parents are, like, determined to just be like, oh, I don't want my son to end up gay, so I'm going to make sure that he only has manly toys. It's like, your kid is not going to end up gay because he played with dolls. He's going to end up gay because he's gay. Like giving him all camo tactical gear and all that garbage and shitting on women is not going to make him not gay. It's just going to make him, give him a complex and make him a misogynist, you know?
Yeah.
And if your definition of masculinity requires misogyny, you need to rethink your man card here. There's lots of men who are able to be men without also crapping on women. So, And it's also, it's not a bad thing if you share things in common with women that doesn't threaten your gender. So, but yeah.
Leah Mann says, but also as someone who had to go through boy puberty, my trans guy friends will back me up. Testosterone makes you absolutely stink for the first few years. Acts as a valid reaction.
I've yet to try that one day. Maybe I'll find out, but no, I'm smelling on my own. I found a candle at work that smelled like Axe. It was awful. I do actually like some Old Spice deodorant though. I have like the Northwoods one, and it's pretty good. Yeah. Mr. Swift says, my dad bought me guns to be more manly, and now I know how to shoot and suck dick. Exactly.
Not enough meme says tactical gay incoming.
It's a tactical gay. You can, there is unfortunately, I think, that effort to like make boys not gay by like just throwing misogyny around has unfortunately created a lot of gay men who are misogynists. So it's like being a gay man doesn't automatically mean you respect women, sadly. But it does mean that you're probably in proximity to people who would be more empathetic more often. So I'm disappointed when people are like that. Angel Dust Origins. Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested in seeing more Angel Dust backstory, because he seems like an interesting guy. I think he's like supposed to be from like the 30s or 40s. I found it really funny how many people on the internet did not pick up on the fact that he's supposed to be a gangster. Like, that totally went over their heads. And I'm like, it's like, granted, he's wearing a really skimpy version of it, but he's still wearing a gangster outfit and pulls out Tommy guns, and he talks in that, like, stereotypical, like, New York gangster accent thing. And, like, I was just like, does this just not read to people anymore? I don't understand. Maybe there just hasn't been enough gangster media.
Yeah, gangster movies have not been in style in a long time.
No. Maybe they'll come back in style because now it's, it's the 20s again, and so it's convenient. I mean, certainly we're hoping to kind of sell our project on that premise. Of, hey, it's the 20s again. What if you did the Gangster Cats?
Yeah, it's not the Roaring 20s this time, though. It's the Screaming 20s.
So trademark me. I said that. Ha, ha, ha. But yeah, Screaming 20s certainly feels like we're birthed into the 20s, and it sucks. Hey, here's some good news. Coronavirus cases in California are going down. Yeah. Modern mob films take place in the 50s and 70s. It's true. That's very Sopranos-inspired type things, usually not older stuff. Sweet Bite says that Angel Dust is missing the fedora hat. Yeah, maybe that's why. If they just gotta give him a hat.
Sometimes he has a hat on, doesn't he? I've seen him drawn with a tiny little hat.
Yeah, I mean, in drawings, but not in the short.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have a hat in the short.
No.
The dying
That's 'cause
20s.
they knew that animating hats is fucking bullshit.
Yeah. They knew better than to try. It's like we have enough issues. Do you know how quick I dropped that hat? He loses his hat in Act 1. He doesn't put it back on until Act 4.
Conveniently, Rocky's just gradually undressing the entire...
Yeah, I want someone to be like, is this a thing? And I'm just be like, you tell me. What's your imagination got? I've seen the fan art. I've seen some spicy shit. I know some folks are dirty. Art King has highlighted a message and says, you just started a thing with me now. Someone says Salome thing. Really catchy. That isn't already trademarked by a big company. I'm shouting trademark to claim it as mine. Yeah. I was like, I was like, be like copyright me.
something to Salome. That's interesting.
The Godfather was almost set in the 70s due to studio execs, yeah.
Well, it took place over, yeah, I mean, it started when the Godfather itself.
Otis says dirty's the only way to be. It's true. I'm just a grody person. I can't not be. This project has been a challenge because I'm like, I can't be too dirty. Like, the cats don't go that way. I make my share of jokes that nobody will hear. At least you won't hear. Tracy gets to hear. The stupid shit that I've joked about to Tracy, you guys have no idea.
It's privileged humor.
You will never know my secret fanfics.
You gotta post them anonymously, that's all.
I don't post them anonymously on AO3, so let's see if anybody can figure out who
pen
did
name and see if anyone
secret pen name.
Who wrote it.
It'd be funnier if I used my actual pen name and then anybody who even remotely has been paying the least amount of attention to my internet existence would be like, wait, the fuck? That would be pretty funny, fucking funny though. Did you know I do have a porn account? No, it doesn't have Lackadaisy shit on it. I'm rather amused. I got an interestingly large amount of work done already today. Like, I haven't drawn the cats yet, but I've roughed in quite a bit. I thought this was gonna take me longer. This conversation is really getting y'all's messages held. They can say fuck, Nox, it's okay. Swearing is allowed. What's getting held, Nox? You wanna relay some of that? We will not answer creepy questions. That's all. We will just laugh at you. Thoughts on the latest Hell of a Boss episode? 'Twas cool. I like seeing more Hellhound stuff. It's nice to see some characterization for Luna beyond just angsty teen. She's really fucking funny. I mean, is she a teen? She's like... Wait, is she like early 20s? I don't know how old Luna is. She's either 18 or she's like 20. Yeah, Human Luna. I'm like, oh, now the fan art's really gonna implode because all the people were like, well, she's really hot, but she's a furry. I don't want to be weird. Now they're like, leash off. They're like, no, it's not weird anymore. I can draw her as a human. You gross, gross people. I love that the episode actually called everybody out on that. It was pretty funny. I like Luna's design. She's entertaining. I still think of the pilot episode. She was like, This is assault! She screams and just over him like a minor inconvenience. Really made me laugh. Oh man, Tracy, we got somebody with the blue sky thing that happened. There's actually somebody who actually posted this on the tag. I love it when people are like championing it, but also sometimes I'm like, that's so much pressure. I'm just making a short about cats that shoot each other. It's not that big a deal. But
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't know if anyone's paying attention or gives a shit. Or will give a shit.
Forbes did.
Well.
They gave enough
not
of a
really
shit to
our
be like, yeah,
target
let's...
audience, I would.
Well, you never know. Let's say money people are more nerdy than they used to be. But yeah, I'd say our target audience is pretty much, do you like cats, and do you like period pieces, and do you like cartoons? Okay, this is probably going to appeal to you. If you like any one of those things, this will probably appeal to you. Do you like true crime? Ed Lover says, I'm trying to draw Rocky holding something from underneath, and it's not working out. Any tips to make it easier? You mean like an image of him where the camera's underneath, or something underneath his face? I don't know. Sitting in his palm and his fingers are around it. I guess take a photo of yourself in the same position. That's what I would do. Get your webcam. Or look for photo reference, either way.
Yeah.
Take a picture.
And if it's, yeah, it's not too hard to take a photo of your own hand with your phone, so often that's the best kind of reference you're gonna get.
This video of the lawyer who is accidentally stuck on cat mode in Zoom. It's like, I'm here live, I am not a cat. He doesn't know how to turn it off. It's just the fact that he just like looks like a sad kitten. Like, who the fuck turned it on in the first place? I mean, alive, I'm not a cat. Like, you really need to specify that. Also, amusingly, it says recording of this hearing is prohibited, and there's a fine associated with it, and it ends up on Twitter. Oh, I hope nobody gets in trouble for that. Is anyone here a 3D modeler? I'd love to 3D print the Lackadaisy characters and send them to Tracy and Fable, but I'm bad with it. I'm not. You might want to go to the Lackadaisy Discord. I know that there's a person named Cross who's been working on a 3D version of Freckle. We have a 3D version of Rocky that Newt is currently trying to rig up. Yeah. So yeah.
It was made by one of the Billy Bust Up artists.
Yeah, that was Katie. Katie did a great job.
Mm-hmm.
taking a moment to just look at Twitter for a second, so I just don't have to stare at this for a moment. I might take a quick break to go get a hot drink or something. Yeah. I don't know. I would like to, by the end of the night, at least rough in the initial key for the cats. So I'd like to. That's my goal. If I can get, and thankfully the drawings are strong enough that I can basically just trace what I already did. I don't really have to translate too much. So, I will have to, like, map everything to what's going on in the car, but I don't think that's going to be too difficult.
I hope not.
Nah, I don't think it will. I've at least built this in such a way that it's going to be a lot less aggravating to take to final comp than everything else. Because like I said, like, since I'm the one doing this shot, I can do some funky shit. This is actually like a complicated comp shot compared to a lot of the other shots, so what with like the mesh warp on the reeds and everything, so this actually is this is a good shot for me to do. So even though I'm like, oh no, the person who was gonna do this dropped out, at the same time I'm like, yeah, this is probably one of the better shots for me to do. It's not the most difficult, it's just technically challenging. It's not animated challenging, it's very technically challenging, and technical challenge things are sometimes like a little rough to ask of people to do. But if I'd asked someone else to do it, I would have just been like, just render a still of the car and make a bump. But you can kind of see where it's gonna go. I'm liking the splash on the car wheel. That just started as really, really rough, but now I'm enjoying that cycle. Yeah. Great. It's such a quick shot also that the loop is not going to be very noticeable, especially since Freckles' body is there. I gotta improve the front wheel.
Freckle will be blocking most of it. And,
Might have some, if his tail touches the water, like I might do a little bit of that. Ivy should be pretty easy because she's just very still. I just gotta track her to the wheel, really. She's not doing much of anything other than like looking at Rocky briefly, so she'll be fine. Rocky is mostly not moving, but I'm gonna have him like push up a little bit as his keep it fat, goes. So
yeah, he can't sit perfectly still enough.
No, Freckle's gonna be the one who's like moving the most because he has to track to the door. So that's gonna be like the most challenging. But again, like once I get the key down, it's not gonna be that difficult, I think.
It's already looking very cool.
Thank you. But yeah, I like the subtle motion of that car. I think that's working out pretty good. And the fact that I figured out how to take the doors off to make rendering easier. That's like a lot of comp work that I just killed. That I don't have to worry about at all. So that's nice. And then I can experiment with putting in like a gradient in there, because we don't actually have a whole lot of shots like this where we see the interior and the exterior of the car clearly at the same time. So this is one of those exception shots. This is pretty different. In fact, most of the time when Rocky's hanging out of the car, you don't see the interior at all, thankfully. Poor Freckle. Yeah, Freckle really gets the shit beat out of him in this short. He takes a hammer in. Okay, I think I'm gonna give myself a small break. I want to do this until 9, and then I'm gonna stop. But I'm gonna give myself a small break to go get some tea. So here's my be right back. You can enjoy this nonsense, flinging back and forth. So yeah, I will mute us, and I will be back in like about, I don't know, 15 minutes or something. I just need to not look at the computer for a second so I don't get eye strain. Alright, see you soon. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. I just need to stretch out, eat a small snack, go to the bathroom, drink, you know, basics. Yeah. I'll play some of my music. You guys can't hear it though, haha. Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, this'll do. Just cruising. My gloves on. Okay. school I could pay myself off tonight. Nobody knows what the good times are past are cold. Stolen my Oh, 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 oh. I gotta wait a second. There we go. Seth. Oh, Jesus. What the? Huh. Well, that's gonna make my life annoying.
Is there something up with the audio, or are you just
Huh?
being real quiet?
Oh, no, I've
Is
just
there
been very quiet.
Oh, okay.
Just a very quiet person.
Concentration.
Yes. Extremely concentrate on drawing Rocky in his most awkward position yet.
Featuring Rocky's crotch.
Yeah. All those fan artists looking for reference material. Well, there you go. You get about 2 seconds of it. Jesus, I've drawn this boy so much after all these notes that it's like second nature now to just, it's like, oh yeah, no, it's just like this. Even like looking at my boards, I don't actually have to edit that much, thankfully. It was very fun to draw. I'm freaked out though. Damn it. Hustle like a rustle.
They want talking. Sorry,
Huh?
I was eating my very late dinner. Oh, the chat's complaining that we aren't making
Oh
any
yeah, so sorry. I'm just
talking
quiet.
noises.
When I'm animating, I'm very quiet.
Yeah, you get into that that groove, that rhythm, and like
Yeah.
the whole rest of the world vanishes.
Yeah, it's good shit. It's like that's when I'm happy.
That's my happy
That's
place.
yeah,
yes.
that is absolutely my happy place. Is like the world doesn't exist. It's just this drawing. It's like I make my own reality. That's healthy. Art is my escape.
Yeah, talking and drawing when you're really into it can be hard. Cause...
Yeah, I've been able to do it with some things, but not everything. You like notice I was a lot chattier while I was doing 3D animation, even because it's like that just doesn't require as much of my brain power, and it's kind of frustrating too.
Actually, drawing keyframes is a
Yeah, this is more satisfying.
bag. Why are you in pain? T-O-T. Spooky musician says, who else is here and thinks you're too young to be here, or am I the only 11-year-old? I suspect you're the only 11-year-old here.
It's okay. There's nothing spicy going on. He's just bracing himself. Yeah. There's nothing spicy going on here.
I'm not sure that's even what they meant.
Oh,
like
I don't know.
Maybe noticing that they're younger than the average viewer here.
Oh, yeah, probably are.
Yeah, usually it's late teens and 20s that comprise the most audience members. Citizen Zombie says, I came back to this. I assume that's the tone in which you mean.
Yeah.
Rocky's OnlyFans.
Fans would not be great.
It's like, check out the seam of my pants, guys.
You'd just be reading poetry, but like with one leg crossed over and in the nude.
Oh my god.
Just spinning in a chair. It wouldn't be that appealing. Unless I guess you're into that.
$5 gets you random crotch shots. Yes, random shots of the crotch of his loose-fitting pants. It's very tantalizing. Sure.
I'm telling you, Tracy. I'm just telling you that once the short comes out especially, don't be surprised. Heavy breathing? I'm sorry. Is my microphone too close to my mouth? Most people are like, hey, why aren't you breathing? It's like when I get so in the zone, I forget to take a breath. That happens. So sometimes I'd be like, because I realized I was holding my breath as I was working.
I think some of it was you singing along to lyrics. And
oh, yeah, I was probably doing that.
The mic was only picking up, like, because you weren't quite enunciating, so it was like only picking up bits and pieces of your...
That's pretty funny, if so.
Out of all the streams to do the heavy breathing thing.
Now, I was saying to the 11-year-old that there's nothing spicy going on, but y'all are pushing it.
There's children here.
Maybe. Yeah, definitely. I'm 12, and what is this? Honestly, I wish that you could, like, limit the age range for folks that can see your stuff without it being implied that it was not safe for work. It's like, you know... It's,
Well,
like,
the
it's
channel
not that
is
it's not
set
safe for
as,
work,
like,
but yeah.
The channel is set as not for kids. But,
Yeah.
or the
I
videos
say
are
the
always
F
set as
word.
that.
I'm definitely
It
not
doesn't
for children.
prevent. It does not prevent people from finding it if they want to. Aaron says, although Rocky is cute and all, I worry what the internet is going to do.
I've already found some things the internet has done. Don't be shocked.
Yeah, there's some Rule 34 out there, but just don't go looking for it. That's all.
Tracy Butler says, "Don't go looking for the Rule 34 of Rocky. Don't do that now. No, don't look. Totally don't go onto Google and type in Rocky Lackadaisy Rule 34. I will actually warn people ahead of time that some of the stuff that I know exists could be triggering because there's some douchebag out there. But
yeah.
So just a warning. It's nothing that you probably couldn't guess, but yeah, no, don't use the internet for the thing everybody does this for.
It's just,
yeah.
Aaron says, you know exactly what people are going to do. Yes.
The moment you say don't do it.
Yep. People occasionally will like run to me and be like, Tracy, do you know that people draw porn of your characters? Like, do you know there's porn out there?
People as in me going like, hey Tracy, did you hear about this porn that I found on Twitter today?
Yes, and they're like, and they show it to me. They've got like showing it to me, like
call me out, Tracy.
Like, what do you want me to do about it?
I don't want you to do anything. I just want to go. I was just like, hey Tracy, look, lol.
Yeah, that's
comment
what you would
on
do,
the.
But like other people, I think they come to me thinking I'm going to be just like so taken aback that I'm gonna faint or something. And
they think that you
like,
have 1920 sensibilities.
Nothing.
They think that you must have 1920 sensibilities as well as like.
Yeah, well, I mean the 1920s were pretty baughty. I mean, maybe not on the surface, but they were.
Zib wasn't weird.
Yeah. True. It wasn't. Yeah, but they're like, like, don't you have a problem with it? Like, even if I did, and I really don't, honestly, I don't really care. I can't do anything about it. I mean, as soon as you start complaining about it, it's just gonna encourage people to draw more, so. As soon as you're like, stop!
If you really had a problem with something, you could, like, mention it, but, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, there's...
You're just drawing more attention to it if you talk about it, and you're just encouraging trolls to troll, so.
Yeah.
Citizen Zombie says, you know when you've officially made it when people bootleg and make porn of your stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. People will make porn of anything, though. I mean, they're not very discerning.
Oh, come on, Tracy. Give yourself some credit. I mean, you do draw...
I do take it as generally a
yeah.
compliment in some weird way that like anybody's even interested in the characters enough to draw porn of them, but
Yeah.
you know, that's cool. It's fine. But there has to be a different measure for you've made it.
You've made it. People want to
Like,
touch
maybe
that.
when you're the answer to like a Jeopardy question or something.
Is that what you're gonna be satisfied? Ah, I've made it. Now I'm answering
that's
to a
when
Jeopardy.
you've made it. Like that's when you've made, yeah.
That's hilarious. That's a funny metric.
Or you pop up in like the latest edition of Trivial Pursuit or something.
Or you appear in Forbes magazine.
Yeah, I guess that's sort of a thing. But...
Oh, well, Ed found the bad porn. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I told you. I warned you.
Okay, let's rein it in because I think
Yeah.
we may actually have an 11-year-old here. So
Yeah, don't. Let's keep it within.
keep it friendly.
Yeah.
Keep it PG-13.
PG-13.
That's close enough to 11,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. PG-13 is close enough to 11. It's true. It's like 9 years old. You can watch PG-13 movies usually.
We're only allowed one F-bomb. That's it.
And Ivy used it.
Yep.
Okay.
Wang Yang says, no onion skin?
I tend to not use onion skin unless I'm doing very tight in-betweening. I find it to be a distraction. I prefer to flip between the frames. I'm gonna very much exaggerate their expressions for this shot. Maybe the thing about a lot of the shots I take are things that were like, I am breaking the model, and I want it to be broken in a very particular way, and not be worried about someone like going like, oh, am I allowed to do this? It's like, yes you are.
Theo the T says, "Is Freckle gonna be fine from that glass?" Freckle is never fine. There's
He's
no
not
way.
okay. He is not fine.
He's never okay.
He probably has little cuts in his fur. It's very sad. He will wince and whine and pat iodine on his body later. He's having a bad time. He doesn't even know it yet.
Liam Ann says, "This isn't uncommon among Al's targets. I assume you mean Weird Al. Paul McCartney has refused as a vegetarian to condone the parody of Live and Let Die as chicken pot pie." Chicken pot pie.
What? That's amazing.
The double irony is that Al is also vegan. I did not know that, but I'm kind of not surprised on the Paul McCartney front. He's been pretty, he's pretty militant about that veganism thing.
Hmm.
Does anyone here also like folk punk?
Folk punk.
Can you name, give us some band names or something? Because
Yeah.
I probably have heard it before. I'm just not sure, what. I'm not always sure what genre I'm listening to when I'm listening to it.
Yeah, it's all blends together.
Aaron says, "Are any of the cast ever fine?" Most
Ivy
no.
is usually okay.
Ivy's pretty fine.
Yeah.
Ivy's just kind of oblivious that,
Yeah.
she may have an awakening and realize she's not fine, but so.
I mean, if you're like, this seems like a good idea, you might be not fine.
She's having fun mostly, most of the time. Yeah.
Most of the time. Her reasons for being there are not the same as everybody else's.
Crafty Creator says Ivy looks like a little gremlin over there.
Yeah.
She's making a bit of a gremlin face.
And that's just me when I draw the characters. Everything is gremlins.
Fine and Dandy says, "So the short is happening post Rocky's intimate encounter with a hearse?" Not exactly.
No, it's kind of separate from all that.
It's its own kind of standalone thing. Kind of an alternate take on events.
It's an abridged version. Let's put it that way.
Right,
It's like an abridged introduction to the characters.
Yeah, it's got to introduce, because it's kind of serving the purpose of being a pilot as well as a standalone short film. It's got to introduce the scenario and the premise, the time period, the setting, the character conflicts, and everything like that.
It has to be a much more condensed version of things, because Lackadaisy doesn't present all the characters in the first couple of pages even. So
yeah, so you can't take the canon comic and then fit this in there seamlessly and
it would not
say,
work out.
It's just something in the timeline of the. It doesn't work that. Yeah, it's its own
Yeah.
thing. It's
You wouldn't
same
get to all the
characters,
characters.
same-
It's you have major
same
characters
premise, but-
that would not
Yeah.
show up, basically. So we would have
Yeah.
to animate, or we'd have to animate scenes from the comic, basically. And it's that could sort of work, but then you lose a lot of context. So it's better just make a compelling short story was the aim. That serves as kind of a sampler platter of Lackadaisy. So if you don't read the comic, you can still follow this. It's still understandable.
Yeah, it's got nods to the comic in it, like the opening and everything. So people who've read the comic will recognize some of the things, and but it's also it's its own thing. So people who have not read the comic or have not had any familiarity with it would get what it's about and would get kind of like the primer of like, oh, here's what this story is, and here are the different, you know, pre-existing character relationships and stuff that you're suddenly like sort of intruding on in the middle of a job gone wrong, which is
Yeah. Most jobs.
which is all the jobs.
Yeah.
Mutari Muhammad says, why does Rocky hate bugs?
He doesn't hate bugs.
I mean, he just has a normal, like, aversion to bugs.
I mean, doesn't
one
enjoy
interrupts his
swallowing
poem
them.
At one
Yeah.
point, like he gets annoyed by that because it just interrupted the flow of his
Yeah.
overly romantic poem. And then he like smashed a butterfly on Freckles' face once. That's because he was a stupid kid.
He thought he was being helpful.
Yeah, he was trying to help, but get the bug off Freckles' face, but he just made it worse. Crafty says, are we going to get another comic page coming after Lackadaisy epithet soon? It depends on your definition of soon. The comic will resume. I am overloaded with work right now. I have a million billion Kickstarter reward drawings to draw and mail, and I'm working on the film stuff. I'm trying to keep up with patron art as well at the same time, and in between I'm like trying to squeeze in little like short comics and stuff so that content doesn't completely dry up in the meantime. But and of course we're sharing lots of the film progress, but yeah, there's a page in progress. It's very slow right now because there's only one of me, and I'm doing like 100 different things right now.
I'm trying not to overload her, guys. It's just, she's like...
It's not Fable's
Yeah.
fault. I came into this like being like, oh yeah, I'll have a supervisory role and I'll just consult basically, and it really hasn't been like that. I've been way more actively involved than I had anticipated, and it's just the nature of the thing. And I didn't really know, like, didn't understand the terrain I was wandering into, early on, and so it just has turned out that like this thing is very near and dear to my heart, and I just can't stand back and like watch other people do it and be like, oh yeah, you just do whatever you want. I have to be involved, for better or worse. And
I appreciate her help, but also I do try very hard to make sure that she's not overloaded. But
I mean, everybody, especially you, is overloaded on this, so it's like the least I can do is try and fill in some of the spaces. Spooky Musician says, I found a lot of Rule 34, and I mean precisely 1,265 pages of it. Is that all, really? There's gotta be more than that of it out there.
Disappointed,
The internet's
Tracy.
been busy.
Yeah, what the hell, internet?
I mean, I think they mean just like Rule 34 in general. Like,
Oh.
Of all the things that there's. Double Cake says Lackadaisy is already medieval. It takes place in the Prohibition era, the 1960s. Do hope that's tongue in cheek. I can't tell. Oh. Lutari says, I like you guys draw Rocky as a dragon. Oh yeah, I drew Rocky as a dragon once. It was fun. Do they celebrate Christmas? Some of them do, yeah. There's a few comics, Christmas themed comics out there.
Mm-hmm.
Wowza says, I feel like adults just like to drink bad things, to be honest. Black coffee and alcohol. I don't know.
Those
I
aren't
wouldn't say
bad
coffee
things.
is all bad.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with alcohol taken in moderation, you know. In, like, very sporadically and responsibly.
Says the
I mean,
woman
that's
writing
normal,
this.
Yes, I'm not drawing role models here, okay? These aren't characters to base your own.
Please don't
life
copy
decisions
these
on.
characters.
Like they are
This is
the
not a
embodiment
kid's
of-
show.
they're the embodiments of bad decision making. Like bad decisions is Rocky's middle name, I guess. Rocky Bad
Rocky.
Decisions for Community.
What's his actual middle name?
He doesn't have one, actually.
What?
Yeah, I never gave him a middle name.
So he presumably has one, but you just don't know it.
Sure.
Yeah. But
It'd have to start with an R just because. Just to be
Okay,
obnoxious.
no, that's just stupid. Be like, was his mom playing a practical joke on him? Like, jeez.
Maybe it's his dad's name, like Ransom or something.
His dad's name is Ransom?
Yep, his dad's name's Ransom. Spooky Musician says, is Rocky wearing Hitman gloves? No.
What?
No, it's just like the markings you see it's an indication of the color variation. Like he's got
Mm-hmm.
tan colored paw fingers, and then he's got like a little bit of gray that covers the top of his hand, so the line you're seeing there is not a glove, but just his fur markings. Wowza says, my young mind has been molded to evil because of this comic. I'm gonna go commit arson. Have fun. Don't burn yourself. Don't catch your hair on fire. Don't send your eyebrows off. Liam Ann says, I thought there was another C.S. Lewis reference someplace. In the comic, you mean? There's T.S. Eliot references, but no C.S. Lewis references, at least not any intentional one.
I mean, well, sorry, for a second I was like, wait, who did Alice in Wonderland?
That was Lewis Carroll. C.S. Lewis did Narnia. T.S. Eliot did number of poems and cats. Like the Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats. And he was...
I know cats, yes.
was a St. Louis native, but actually moved to England and became a British citizen. Became a Londoner. St. Louis wasn't good enough.
Probably not. What with all these cats there?
Yeah. EdX Lover says, Victor's like Ivy's uncle you meet at a PTA meeting. Imagine Victor at a PTA meeting. It's his turn to bring the cupcakes.
Did he bring cupcakes? Does he know where the good cupcakes are at?
He would just bring grocery store cupcakes. He wouldn't know what the hell to do. Like, he would need a lot of help. Butari says, I feel bad for Rocky's mother. Tio says, is she even alive? His mother is deceased. His father is alive, but not really around.
He's not doing his job of being a dad.
No, he was not really ever interested in that. Liam Ann says, I know of nobody famous who was born in St. Louis, and I didn't move out. Oh, are you in the area or from the area? There's a lot of people.
There's a lot of there's a ton.
We actually have down in University City on Del Mar, we have our own like Hollywood Walk of Fame. We have stars, like they have stars in the in the sidewalk. Like, it's kind of silly, but. Like Walter Cronkite and Maya Angelou and John Goodman. And, there's a lot of them down there. A lot of Chuck Berry, a lot of St. Louis natives of note. NX Lover says, what got Rocky to play the violin? Oh, that was his mother, actually, who had the musical streak. He picked up on that, learned from her, and then kind of didn't do it for a long time, and then ended up with a violin in his possession, so he began learning again.
Wait, what was that about the violin?
He initially learned to play from his mother, Nina.
Oh, I did not know that.
Nina played the piano, Sophie played the violin.
Oh.
Um, so he learned a little bit from his mom, and then she died when he was young, and he ended up out on the road working lots of different jobs and being roughly living kind of an itinerant lifestyle and just like moving from place to place and riding the rails. And then he ended up accidentally with a violin of his own, and so he decided
Still
to
thinking
learn
about
to play
that
it.
violin comic then, huh?
Yeah, I need to draw a picture, or not a picture. Yeah, I'll just draw a picture of his violin. I'll draw a comic at some point, someday, of how he got his violin. It was full of
Bees.
wasps, yeah, hornets and wasps. They had taken up residence in it. Liam says, no, I'm saying there's a lot of people who moved away from St. Louis before they got famous. Yes, that's true.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Walt Disney was from Missouri, or no, Kansas. Was it Kansas?
He was the Walt Disney was in Kansas
Was
City,
no,
wasn't it?
no, it was actually a small town in Missouri, I think. Yeah, he was born in Missouri. Then Marceline, Missouri, yeah. And then I think he moved to Kansas City at some point, and then moved to Chicago. But no one associates Disney and Missouri, so. Liam says Phyllis Schlafly comes to mind. Oh God, yeah. There's the Schlafly breweries here that like want no association with her too. Yeah, Blue Sky is shut down. We were talking about that earlier. Sucks. Aaron says, I play a harmonica, impulsive, theatrical at times, thankfully able to talk my way out of things. But can you harmonica your way out of things? That's the question. I guess if you played it really loudly and obnoxiously, people would just let you leave whatever situation you were in. If you harmonica aggressively enough.
Roll for intimidation.
It's a sign of dominance.
Looks like the T-pose.
Yeah. Once you won a harmonica rap battle. Wow, okay, I'm impressed. So I'm having a hard time picturing what that looks and sounds like, though.
Probably about what you expect.
Kind of bonkers, I would imagine. Spooky Musician says, I really like to wear 1920s style clothing, but I feel that's kind of weird to do nowadays in public. Nah.
just don't be a neckbeard.
Wear what you like. Don't worry about it. What anybody else thinks
Yeah.
of it. I mean,
Just you make sure that it's well put together and it shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah.
Just don't be like a neckbeard, but they're like, I put on a fedora and that's all I need. Like the rest of them is garbage.
Commit if you're gonna commit to it.
Yeah.
Don't like half-ass it and just be like, look, I'm quirky because I wear a hat. Like, you can dress like the 1920s and look quite dapper, and you can do it probably without even looking very much out of place. Like, a lot of 1920s clothing isn't that far off from modern, especially menswear is kind of
still stuck there.
yeah. It really hasn't changed all that much over the past century or so. Like, the types of fabric it's made of have changed, because like synthetic fabric has become a thing and is all, of course, very popular. That wouldn't have existed in the 20s, but yeah, suspenders can look really pretty cool, and like, yeah.
Sure,
Some people
go for
rock
it.
suspenders.
It's the 20s
Look
again.
hot
Go do it.
suspenders, I mean,
If they give you grief, be like, it's 20s again.
yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Nat E says, it's late for me, but I just wanted to pop in and say it's great listening in on this stream while I do a bunch of tedious animating. Hey, cool, welcome.
Oh, you're animating too, yeah. What you animating on?
Lutari Muhammad says, is Mitzi rich?
Uh,
No.
She wishes.
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
solve a lot of her problems if she was. She's not rich, no. She's
No.
struggling to keep the business going. I mean, like, at Lackadaisy's prime, she and Atlas were pretty well off, but yeah, she had to, like, sell everything and to keep,
It didn't last.
keep the... Yeah, it didn't last. Spooky Musician says, I wish I had money to buy more than suspenders and an undershirt and a nice Boston style hat with a feather in it. Well, I mean, that's a good start. That sounds pretty dapper. You can, you can shop at like secondhand stores and things like that, thrift shops, or just save up your money and wait. I mean, you're still very young, so I think if you are indeed actually 11 years old, then you got plenty of time to put your wardrobe ensemble together. You're still growing.
It's fine. There's no need to spend that much money.
Yeah. Maybe wait until you're done growing before you invest a bunch of money in clothes that you're gonna grow out of in like a year. Nat says, just some practice for head turns. Sounds basic, but figured it's something I should get down pat considering I just started. Thanks for asking. Actually, head turns can be quite difficult. Like, I was watching Fable do the owl, and that was... It's hard to keep all the features and everything very consistent.
Just a
Angle to
smooth
angle.
turn is very difficult,
Yeah,
actually.
any kind of deviation from the way like the features are anchored together becomes very obvious when you if you don't do it right. Howsa says, because child labor was super abused back in the day, it was mega bad. A lot of children would die in harsh conditions for like no pay, no bueno in my book. Yeah, I mean, like, I think the very concept, we've come to the agreement that the very concept of child labor is abusive, so exploitative and destructive. Was somebody advocating for like bringing it back or something?
I believe I've heard of really stupid people who advocate for that.
Yeah,
but
I've
the same
heard,
kind
like,
of people
really,
who argue that they
like,
should
out
legally
there.
own people. So, you know,
Oh yeah,
they're the
really
kind of
out there
people
idiots
who
are like make child labor great again.
yeah, those folks, as far as I can tell, are basically like, I want to own my children, like, as people, and that you would actually own them until they turned 18, and that children don't have rights, and that you could go as far as, like, killing your kid and it's fine. They're those kinds of folks. Really fucked up people, you know.
A very extremist position, yeah.
Mm. But some people have that attitude that they literally think that they should own their children, and it's like, that's so freaking wrong.
Yeah, I have heard of people who think that, like, disciplining, like, corporal punishment and things like that it should be permitted because they own the, like,
yeah, that's their argument.
Child is their property until it's an adult, so it's like, no, you are a ward of that child. It does not belong to you as an item.
Yeah. Children are not property.
Ugh, God, people are awful.
Okay, just...
Ralph McSavage says, had a parent that thought that way through my high school years, and there are very good reasons I don't talk to them anymore. Yeah, I can't say I blame you there if that was their attitude. Jesus. Fine and Dandy says, any recommended positions for someone trying to get their foot in the door for animation? One of the film instructors suggested that I board.
Storyboard revision is indeed a very good position to get into. It is a legit job in of itself, but if you're looking for entry-level positions that are more likely to exist within the United States at least, because in animation there's not as many, and then you are going to want to look into storyboard revision. I'd say also, if you're doing like background stuff, look into layout work, perhaps. Color design. Let's see. If you want to get into character design, look into prop design, perhaps, as a way to kind of work your way in. The thresholds for folks that they need for that kind of thing is like a little bit lower. It's not that there isn't like a ton of skill involved in those things, but typically the amount of training that it requires to get a person up to speed is like less for those positions than other ones. So it's hard to go from just out of college to storyboard artist. It's less difficult to go from just out of college to storyboard revisionist. Yeah. If you live in a country where they're still doing a lot of animation there, or you know of studios that are doing animation, maybe they have in-betweening positions. That's another good way to get in.
Spooky Musician says, is doing chores child labor? If so, then I'll see my parents in court. No, doing chores does not reach the threshold for child labor generally. I mean, I'm sure
somebody's abused it somewhere, but
yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sure there are certainly like foster parent situations that have been discovered to have been like basically exploiting foster children for like farm labor and stuff.
Yeah.
But you'd be having to be like being worked many hours a week, like as if you were a employee, but you're not, in order to, I think, make the case that that chores were child labor. Wowza says, I'm trying to get my own comic started, but I lack motivation. Sometimes just getting started is the hard part, man. Sometimes motivation, like lack of motivation is actually and procrastination is actually just a manifestation of like anxiety and self-doubt and a whole host of other things, but I mean, sometimes once you get started, then it's easier to continue going, especially if you can make a routine out of doing work.
This is my everyday thing. So there's no such thing as lack of motivation to work on this project. I get up, I work on the project.
Yeah. I mean, I would feel weird if I wasn't like on a daily basis doing Lackadaisy related work.
It's actually a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, I don't know anybody who has like a happy middle ground really, where they're either like not doing the thing they want to do because either they have too many other things they need to do to make ends meet, or they lack the not so much motivation as confidence to begin doing the thing they really want to do. Or they're way overworking themselves on the thing they want to do and burning themselves out.
Don't be like us, kids. We are the danger. It's like don't do what I do. Don't do this.
Find a healthy work-life and leisure balance.
Yeah.
Easier said than done, but do it.
Yeah.
Tari says, can you draw Lackadaisy characters as Marvel superheroes?
I mean, I could, but why?
I mean... who would be who? I actually know relatively little about the whole MCU.
Marvel.
Or Marvel comics
Marvel.
in general. I really don't. I never was into reading Cape comics.
Yeah, they never really attracted me either.
Rocky has Deadpool.
I mean, Deadpool can't die. I'd say that, yeah, I mean, there's a fair amount of crossover
kind of Rocky's
there.
superpowers.
Yeah.
That he just seems to have.
Stack
Like,
overflow.
Worst best luck, I guess. I don't know. Tio the T says, can we get a part 2 of Charleston Ivy? Well, there's actually a actual version of that in production right now, so we'll show you, like, that's where the joke came from, actually, was because we were trying to give feedback to the animator who's working on that, and we were all laughing because it, like, the suggestion, well, the tongue-in-cheek suggestion was, like, the Pennywise dancing. So there will be a part 2 that's a little bit more in earnest and not just like shit posting.
It's pretty shit posty, yeah.
Flame Blaze. Flame Blazia Spirit says, do you do your 3D animation with Blender or Maya? The 3D is Blender. Penmark Art says, I'm also curious of this fill tool you're using, Fable. I do it differently in Toonboom.
Oh, literally just over here, autofill. Click that, and then when you're drawing, hold down Control, and it will like make that loop, and then it'll just fill it as soon as you let go. That's it. I'm just like doing a quick matte behind the character, so it's easier for me to track their motion. Just kind of roughing out the motion right now.
Kami says, I can't believe this is a thing. I just joined in. I used to watch you on DeviantArt way back then. This is nuts. Cool. Well, welcome back, I guess.
Yeah.
Liam Ann says, I'm scared of why watch is in quotation marks. I think it's just like, because when you follow someone on DeviantArt, you plus watch them, so I imagine that's why. Spooky Musician says, serious question, bow ties or normal ties? I mean, a little both. They each have their place. Rocky's a tie guy and Freckle's a bow tie guy. Leah Man says the only two genders. Tie or bow tie. Oh, but then Citizen Zombie throws in tie-dye. So. The five neat guys, is that like some kind of barbershop quintet? Don't step on my clip-on tie. Nutari says, are you a cat person or a dog person? I'm not sure who that's for, right?
Seems kind of obvious, doesn't it?
I mean,
At least
I
if
like
it's for
cats and
you.
dogs, but I'm definitely very surrounded by cats right now, so they've won. They've won so far.
Do you like dogs?
Do I like that? Yeah, I love dogs. What about you? You a cat person or dog person? I think you're a bird person.
I'm a bird person. I mean, I like all animals, really.
Yeah. Same.
Except ticks. I don't like ticks. Can't
Yeah,
say I have any
ticks,
fondness for those.
I don't like ticks and I don't like stink bugs. And mostly everything
I don't like
else is
ticks and I
okay.
don't like mosquitoes.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of those.
Yeah. I will smash a mosquito. Every other bug gets the courtesy of being tossed out the
Not a mosquito.
door. Not smushed. But mosquitoes, yeah, there's just too many. You can't really catch them, like you can swat them, but you can't really. It's hard to scoop them up. Kami says, how long has this been in development? The animated short film has been in development since, I mean, well,
2019.
we did the Kickstarter starting in March of last year. So it's almost been a year since we raised the funds for it, but prior to that we'd been working on it. Yeah, I think it was fall of 2019 when we really started
It was like you contacted me in spring of 2019, and we
right,
were
and then
working
you did
on
the pitch. You put the pitch together,
Yeah.
and then just kind of fiddled around with that for like a number of months, and then it was like must have been late summer or fall when we decided we were just gonna do it.
It was
ourselves.
fall. I remember it was about fall.
Yeah.
I was at Titmouse. I think it was maybe just before I entered Titmouse, actually, that we were talking about it. And then while I was at Titmouse, I was shopping the pitch around. And while I was there also, I after shopping it around and thinking on it and getting some advice from people, I realized that a Kickstarter would probably be the best argument for why this should get made. Because it would be like, it made the money. It got made. We can do this. I wouldn't have to prove to people that that I and you were capable writers who could handle a production. That was one of the things that came up during a pitch meeting, where it was like, oh, I mean, this looks really interesting, but, you know, I'd have to find a showrunner for you, and et cetera, et cetera. And I'm just like, why couldn't I be the showrunner? And it's so...
Right.
Yeah.
They tend, like, showrunners tend to be people who've worked on other shows before and things, so it's like they don't just, like, you know, hire
and even though I've
random out
had
of the blue.
a lot of experience, it's still like, nobody wants to be the first person to give you that job.
Right. As we've mentioned many times before, studios are very risk averse in myriad ways, and when it comes to subject matter or formula or people that they're hiring on and things like that, they're going to want to mitigate as many risks as possible to maximize the likelihood of, you know,
it getting finished
money.
even.
Yeah. So sometimes you have to make your own proof of concept to show that something is that works, that you can get something done, and that your idea is viable and people will watch it. Wowza says that animation is looking super good, Fable. It is. Lutari says, what's your dog's name, Fable? Ada.
Her name is Ada. She's named after Ada Lovelace, technically the first computer programmer.
Moth belongs to the housemate.
Yeah, he belongs to Ash, who is my roommate, and she's also a professional voice actor and also massage therapist, who she actually plays Mitzi.
Yep. The Atomic Soul says, if this got picked up to be made into a movie series, how would the company paying for it recoup the costs? That's the part I've never understood. Well, the studio has to have some kind of deal with whatever station / streaming service / cable network that it would be affiliated with, and they get the funds largely from commercial sponsorship and merchandising.
Mm-hmm.
So, if enough people are watching something, companies want to advertise their product, and that's why commercials exist,
Mm-hmm.
Commercials pay for the stuff you watch.
Yeah.
What you complain about, That's why anytime people get PO'd about, some network news person saying something they don't like, they they go after the advertisers who basically sponsor the show, and
Yeah.
if the show loses all of its sponsorship, it risks being canceled because the network can't afford to keep it on the air if it's not earning money on it. So
yeah, companies tend to be kind of sensitive about what kind of content their stuff appears on.
right, they don't want their
Usually.
brand associated with Nazis and shit like that. So
Normally.
normally, except maybe if you're the My Pillow guy, I don't know.
Yeah, the guy.
He's okay with everything.
He's okay with a lot of shit.
But
Pro-Nazi
they don't want,
pillows.
They don't want the association, and they don't want the bad reputation to rub off on them. They don't want to be and then they lose business themselves instead of gaining business by advertising on this show. So they make a financial decision about which things to sponsor.
Mm-hmm.
See ya, Tio.
I'm loving this song. I love Boogie. This shit's great.
INX Lover says the Tremblay brothers have been trying to pitch SWAT Cats Revolution, but no producer will take them, and it's been 6 years since the Kickstarter was successful too. Yeah, I don't know. It's like some things that seem like they should be enticing to some production company or studio to pick up. Just don't, and sometimes it takes a long time for something to find its place. Sometimes things never find their place, or they find it and then like halfway through development they get canceled because you know, someone in an executive position makes whatever call to rein in the budget here and there or whatever. It's fraught. It's like you can never really. That's why when people
There's
are
no
like, "Is this going to be
guarantees.
made into a series? Is this going to be made into a movie?" Like the only thing I can say is like, I have no idea. I don't
We
know.
hope
Because,
so, basically.
I mean,
It's
yeah,
like we would love
we
that
want
to
to
be the case.
pursue further things with it, but we cannot predict. Like we have no idea if anyone's going to be interested, what other factors might come into play. That, you know, sometimes you'll get like courted by someone who's looking to option it, and then or looking to take, you know, green light it for development, and then they, you know, drop you for whatever reason. It's like it's yeah.
It's a lot.
I think like probably the way to go, if you can these days, if you're doing your own independent thing, like continue doing it independently. Don't
Yeah, don't wait for other people's
sign on
permission.
with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like the chances of them just like deciding they randomly cancel you or whatever, and then but they still own like the rights, so to, you know, produce it, so you may never get them back depending on the kind of, you know, contract where you feel, or you may not get it back until 10 years later or whatever, and until then you can't do anything with it. Just kind of like sits there and rots. It's like
It's actually why in contract
If
writing, it's like you got to make sure that
yeah.
there's like a
I
time
mean, if
limit for how
you-
long they can sit on it. Otherwise,
oh yeah, pretty much you always want to do that, but like again, it's a situation where if you're a newcomer or you're a nobody,
Yeah.
like the amount of leverage you have for negotiating your contracts is not much. So they're gonna push you into doing stuff you're gonna push you to make compromises you're not gonna really want to make, because they can't, because you're nobody, and they'll just walk away from it if you aren't gonna play ball. So yeah, it's a very tricky thing, and it's kind of amazing anything ever gets made at all, honestly. Very few things do. Out of all the ideas that are out there, all the things that get pitched, like very few of them actually make it to
Yeah, ideas are
which is
cheap.
why-
It's production that is not.
right. But if you have the audience, if you have the you know, people interested enough that they can fund this yourselves, like through Patreon or additional Kickstarters or whatever, or just like you're just getting that many YouTube views or, you know, what have you, then do it independently, man. Just like fuck the whole studio system. Fuck Disney and it's buying
Yeah.
up everybody and canceling all this shit.
Shit. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I went off on a
Oh
rant
no, it's
there.
fine. It's a rant that I don't have to make now.
Aaron says, I need answers about the My Pillow guy. I mean, I don't even know what to say. What can you
he's just a fascist. I
He's-
don't know what to say.
he's a bit off of his rocker, and
He's a
like, I
nutter
don't know,
butter.
even like even OWN, or no, was it Newsmax that was like had him on, and they were like, oh, this guy's too crazy for us. Like,
Yeah.
he's into all the conspiracy theories,
Like
and,
literally everything, and it's just the guy is just
and he's like, just
crazy.
overthrow the government, guys. I mean, just take it back. Who cares that there was an election? Like,
he's a yeah. It's a weird fella.
pretty eccentric, yeah.
That's like putting it very nicely.
That's the nice
we
way
could
to
say
put it.
we could say a lot worse things, but it's like I don't want to make my stream about talking about the My Pillow guy.
Yeah, let me try not to do the politics thing, so we'll artfully dodge. But yeah, I mean, just watch the Newsmax interview that they had with My Pillow guy last week. See for yourself. Mutari wants to know what your bedtime is. Actually, I would say it's probably soonish.
Oh, jeez, it's almost 10.
Yeah. Been doing this for a while. Time flies.
I don't want to leave it though. I'm having too good of a time.
People saying sleep is for the weak in the chat here.
No,
Oh,
sleep
no.
is not for the weak. The weak don't
Maybe
sleep.
your attitude, like that was definitely my attitude in my 20s, but
It's more like you're weak if you don't sleep. Literally.
Sleep is for the smart.
Sleep is for the strong.
Wow, still wants to know if you're gonna stream tomorrow.
Probably. I've been going for like 7 hours. I want to get this ivy in. And just get this ivy roughed in real quick. Ivy. One.
Mod Firefox says they should have worn their seatbelts. They didn't have those in these cars. There were not any seatbelts in
What seatbelts?
old tiny cars like this. I think it was the 3-point seatbelt that was invented in 1959, like the strap across the shoulder and the waist. They had certainly invented them before then, but they were not widely used. They were not mandated by law. They weren't even necessarily favored by the driver because, like, just like you have now people who are anti-vax and they're wacky shit like that. Like you'd have people who at that time were anti-seatbelt because they thought that would actually hurt you more in a car accident. Like the research and stuff didn't really exist to prove otherwise and everything. So people would be like, "Oh no, seatbelts will actually make it worse for you. It'll cause your neck to snap or something," and you know. Truthfully, actually, seatbelts in certain situations, very specific situations, seatbelts could actually hurt you more than not having one before airbags were also included in cars. But yeah, no, they didn't have seatbelts in the Ford Model T or early Model A. This particular car is modeled after the early Ford Model A. Quinn said people thought they were an infringement on their rights. Yep, sound familiar?
Oh my god, look at Sagan's Charleston. That actually might be it. I think that's the double bounce.
Let's see. Oh yeah, that's it. Definitely. Princess Aurkelia says, so tell me her name. I'm not sure whose name you're asking about. The odd Firefox says the doors on old cars were like that too, like carriage doors. Yeah, a lot of car models back then, like the back doors would open the opposite direction they do now. So yeah, very much like carriage doors.
Yeah, this actually was a challenge to describe to the board art.
Yeah,
so it's like
right.
it doesn't
it
work the way you
helps,
think.
It helps
yeah.
a lot to have the 3D model reference because it was opposite of the instincts of all the board artists and everything to draw the car doors this way. Good night to those of you who are signing off.
Mm-hmm.
Quinn says, are the 3D models useful in making comics too, or is it more just a tool for animation? It can be very helpful in comics, so yeah. I know a lot of comic artists who use 3D models, and I use block models to lay out complex environments and things. It helps me keep track of where everything is, and it also helps, you can like take a virtual camera and just kind of fly it around through the scene and find the best angles to portray things from, and then you can like just screenshot it, and then you already have your perspective lines. Like you don't have to draw a bunch of like perspective grids and things. You just basically already have that because you built a model that you know, creates the perspective angles for you, and yeah, it helps a lot. Wowza says, watching y'all streams feels like hanging out with friends. Aw. Well, good.
Sweet.
Princess Aurkelia says, what do you love to draw, animals or human? I mean, humans, human animals, human animals, furries.
Dragons.
Both. I like drawing both, but
Dragons.
Mostly yeah.
Nobody ever asked me to draw enough dragons. This is a mistake. The world is mistaken. Lack a dragon. Just saying, Tracy. Think about it. What if they were
What if they were dragons?
rum runners, but they were dragons? Everything improves instantly.
Gangster dragons, I like it.
Gangster dragons would be kind of cool. Damn it.
Utari says, "The Mordecai a good guy or the bad guy?"
But
Yes.
yes. Yes. What do you think, children?
Spooky Musician says, "I want another doodle stream." We'll actually be doing one to raise funds for something this month. We'll announce when we have a date set. But yeah, we'll be doing lots of doodles for donations. If you want to watch us do that. for a good cause. Princess Arakelia says, "I love to draw cats and dogs and birds." Well, you're in good company, because we like drawing those things too.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Levy Dash. Or is it Levi Dash? Utari says, "When does Rocky get a house?" When he gets his shit together, right?
When do any of us get a house?
Yeah.
How about that? How about that? Huh? Have you thought about that?
Yeah, like maybe he should start with an apartment or something, and maybe not live in a car.
I don't know. It's asking a lot of him.
I mean, is Rocky really homeowner material? Probably not. He's barely keeping it together right now, as you can see by his pose.
He's not doing too hot. It's not going well for him.
Maybe he should eat less alligator pear toast. Yes, that is definitely his problem. That and buying phones.
What?
You know what they say
what?
about like was it Wilbur Ross who was like saying, well, the problem with millennials is they want to buy avocado toast and Starbucks and phones.
Oh
based
yeah,
on
yeah,
what
that's
that
my
is.
problem, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
that's-
sure,
yeah.
yeah, right. And nothing else. That's the only problem I have.
Right,
Avocado
that's definitely
toast.
why millennials aren't having families until much later in life, and why they aren't buying houses and things is because of avocado toast.
I feel like when I read that thing, it sounded so much to me like a guy whose only experience of millennials were the children of friends of his
This is a guy
who
is,
are
like,
also
he-
very wealthy.
I don't actually know
Yeah.
how old Wilbur Ross is, but he looks like he's about 140. And he's probably been rich for at least 130 of
How
those
much could a
years.
banana cost?
Yeah,
$100.
he's like the most out of touch person you could possibly imagine.
Who's also like an Australian guy or something. Who is like, avocados are not that expensive. Maybe they're pricier in Australia, but like, even so.
Yeah, really, they're not that. I mean, I buy avocados pretty regularly. They're really not that expensive. I don't really get where that shit's coming from, but I mean, definitely Starbucks is overpriced, but
That's still not making you buy a house or not.
you
Unless
get
you have a
yeah,
real
that's not
problem.
preventing anybody. Like the reason people are maybe treating themselves to Starbucks is because they know they have no hope of ever buying a goddamn house. So you might as well,
Might as well.
fucking enjoy something. Enjoy your morning coffee and your panini bread breakfast sandwich. might as well just like
Let me
indulge
have my
in something
vices.
because like home ownership is so far outside the realm of possibility for you. Liam Ann says, hell, if anything, millennials need more avocado toast. We're so very prone to magnesium deficiencies. Yeah. Get your vitamins. Our Kelia says, are there in your animations horror or screams? I mean, there's definitely screaming.
There's a lot of screaming.
Horror, I suppose, depends on your definition of horror.
There are horrible things. People scream.
I mean, there are, yeah, they do horrible things, but it's mostly it's like farcical and comedic and slightly dramatic. And there's some screaming. There's
Screaming.
lots of screaming.
There's a lot of screaming.
Actually, quite a bit of screaming.
We like the screaming.
Oh, Katie's here. Hi, Katie. As an Australian, no, avocados weren't that pricey.
He's just being weird.
Citizen Zombie does not approve of avocados, I see.
Uh-oh. Freckle.
Your English is fine, Arkelia. It's just I apologize if I'm not interpreting some of the things you said correctly. You can correct me if I'm mistaken about what you're asking.
What is this? Delete.
Liam's hand says,
Oh, hey,
why
Katie's
do you
in chat.
guys,
Hey, Chick.
why do you guys in Oz like, why do you guys in Oz like beetroot so damn much? Even our Russian immigrants don't eat it so much. Katie says, for one glorious season, a banana was the height of excess. Arkelia says, what is the name of your animation? It's Lackadaisy.
Mm-hmm.
You can see it on the overlay, like on the bottom
Mm-hmm.
in red. And
Look at all the glorious UI around you.
do we have a school, or do you mean did we go to school?
I did.
Fable did. I did. I went to school for biology, but I ended up being an artist, so.
I like the little bounce on Freckle there. I'm liking that. That feels good. That's what I wanted.
Nova
It's
says,
like
do you know... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, very subtle position changes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to bump Rocky. This could be a lot stronger.
Nova says, do you know when you're going to do the charity drawing stream? Not yet. It might be this coming weekend, maybe the 15th. We haven't decided yet. We are talking to one of the people involved and trying to figure out when a good day for him is. But we will post on Twitter as soon as we know. Twitter and Tumblr and all the usual places. Lutari Muhammad says, which one is better, New York or Chicago? I mean, depends on what you want to do or see. I have a soft spot for Chicago. I like Chicago a lot. It's pretty close to St. Louis, so it's not hard to drive there from here. The odd Firefox says, are they driving backward or forward? They're driving backwards. Thanks, Nova. That's appreciated. Does Rocky drink? Nah, he doesn't.
Thankfully, no.
He procures the drinks, but he does not partake. It's really, yeah, it's for the better. He's already uninhibited enough, I would say.
You want a sad Rocky? That's how you get a sad Rocky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's aggressive drunks and funny drunks, and then there's sad drunks. Rocky's laugh sounds like the Joker, says Lieutenant.
We did tell Mike, we were like,
he could voice the Joker at some point.
yeah. There's some stuff in Act 3 you'll hear eventually. And you'd be like, no, Mike should totally try out for Joker. Like, no. And we told him this, and he was like, oh, well, I mean, I'm not as good as Mark Hamill. And it's like, why would you... You're never gonna replace Mark Hamill. Didn't suggest that. What I'm saying is that you'd be a great Joker. He's also not a dick, which is another helpful thing.
Our Kelia says, can you tell me the names of the characters? The one on screen right now is Rocky. The one hanging onto the door is Freckle, and the one driving is Ivy. Of course, there's other characters in the film, but we actually should have his tie on in this.
Yeah, he'll have his tie on. I just haven't drawn it yet.
Oh yeah, I was just responding to somebody.
Oh yeah. I mean, he does eventually lose the tie.
Yeah, he does take it off for a reason. I think Ashley gets enough of that from other people. She doesn't need us doing it.
We don't. Oh, Ashley. If anything, occasionally, like I'm just talking to her, and I'll say, oh yeah, by the way, Ashley, or like I'll be like, oh Ashley, this and I just stop, and be like, not like that, anyway, and keep going.
Not that kind of.
No.
Yeah. Oh. Just the regular kind.
The bit would get old fast.
Yeah. People want you to go to sleep, Fable.
Eventually.
Hey, cat. No. Why aren't you working on the episodes? I'm not sure what you mean exactly. We are working on this episode. One thing at a time. Which is actually like, I mean, working on just one thing is actually doing a gajillion different things all in one. Yeah, we can't do, we don't have a staff that size. We have to, like, doing just this short film is more than a year of work.
There's plenty to do.
Yeah, you gotta, there's all the backgrounds to paint, there's the animation to do, there's all the props to make 3D models of, there's music to score, there's voice acting to record, and there's sound mixing to do after that, sound effects and special effects and compositing and
Working as fast as we can, guys, but I can't kill
Yeah,
people
I
for the
mean,
sake of a cartoon.
Like, unless you've worked on something like this, like if you've worked on games or animation or filmmaking, like you get how much work is involved, and if you haven't, maybe it's not obvious. I don't know.
There is no make do button.
Lilzifa says, who made the 3D models, by the way? Not sure if that was mentioned. We did mention it. We talked a little bit about Newt, Zachary Knoll, in other words, who did all the 3D models. I'll link his Twitter again, in case anyone wants to give him a follow. He does, he manages the Lackadaisy Discord as well, actually. He's the community leader there. Arkelia says, do you love your job? Yeah. I really couldn't picture myself doing anything else. I don't know, I hope Fable does.
Sorry, what were you saying? I had Rocky screaming in my ear.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Do
Yeah.
you love your job?
I love my job. This is the best job. Sometimes I moan and groan, but I fucking love this job.
Yeah,
we
complain about it a lot, but
it's mostly me worrying about other people. It's not me not enjoying what I'm doing.
yeah,
So
there's things to fret and get anxious about, but
Yeah.
doing the actual work is
this is the fun part.
edX lover says, no, that the squeak is one of the birds.
I think I will add a cutter.
Utari says, how is Newt? I think he's okay.
He lives.
Yes. He just moved into a
Newt
new
lives.
house, and I think they're getting a bunch of snow right now, so. Spooky Musician says, I didn't know Rocky's suit was a tuxedo. I thought it was blazer. It's not a tux.
It is not, is neither.
Yes, it's not a blazer, but it's not a tux either. It is a three-piece suit. a fairly flashy one with coattails, but just, yeah. It's the suit. It's his like stage stage outfit, but he just wears it as a work outfit in general.
It's his bad decisions.
So he is the most colorful gangster of all.
Stupid. He's a very colorful. He doesn't look like a gangster to people in his own time. They're like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
I know. Yeah, he's
like, what?
he looks like a ridiculous.
He's wearing a blue suit. That's not threatening.
Right, not just a blue suit. Like a navy blue suit is pretty normal, but like a blue suit, like. Like stupid blue.
I like that blue. It actually wears my favorite colors. Shut up. Sometimes I wonder if someone's gonna accuse me. Yeah.
I don't mean blue is stupid. I mean like it's just so stupidly over the top blue.
No, I know. I'm being silly.
I like blue too. I wouldn't have put him in blue if I didn't. So. The Scorch says, a suggestion for the AFK screen, Mike walking by his mic going, mew. I'm sure we could get him to record that for us. We might even have something in the...
Mike doing what?
In all the outtakes, making a neum sound for your AFK screen.
Yeah.
Of Rocky on the chair.
I'm sure. I think we
probably have him making weird noises.
We have so many Mike making weird noises.
I mean, we have a whole library of it, honestly.
We have a lot of Mike makes weird noises. Like a lot.
It's a whole compendium of weird Kovacs noises.
There's a lot.
Quinn says Rocky has no money for a house because it all went to that suit. Yeah. That is an avocado toast.
And then all these secrets. And then all these secrets.
Mr. Swift says he makes good noises. That is, yeah, that's why.
Boy, make good noise. Yep. Yeah, no, it's true.
A good noisemaker. That's what it said on his
Professional
resume.
noisemaker. That's Mr. Kovac. That sure is, yeah. to interpolate between these two things. There's gotta be a way to shape chewing. Morphing. I gotta look this up. Alright, Malcolm is saying the 15th. If you look in the thingy.
Okay.
Let's see. Say tune, boom, shape, tween. Let's see.
Lutari says, I wish there were car chase music for Lackadaisy. There is.
Yes. There is.
There is a musical score to go with.
Mm-hmm.
To go with the action.
Mm-hmm. In the area. Do, 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 do. Just really want to get this shape to animate. That's the trick. Crafty Creator asks, did you hire musicians for this project, and will we see the band play any music, like Zib and the others? Yes. Yes, we had, Sepia Tonic was a band that does electro swing. And we had them compose a piece for us. And we also have a professional violinist, who does, folk-style fiddling to do, Rocky's fiddling. And we'll be composing something for the end of the short. Emma's our sound designer.
And Val sings.
Val does a song. Yes, there's a small one. I just really want to animate these points. Harmony. Animation. Alright, the only thing I can think of is to create an envelope or something in here. That's all I can think of. Oops. I don't like that. There's gotta be a way. Whatever. I'll just do this as a test. You do what the heck? Alright, I think this is fair enough for now. There we go. Blending. Is that what I want? Hello.
Hello.
What's up, Newt? I know, I'm up rather late. I just got very into what I was doing.
Oh no, I am not coming to pay. It is nearly 2:30 where I am. It is. I can't say shit. But you might be interested, and Chad as well. I know that you all really liked that intro jingle that I got a while back for streams. So I reached out to a studio, made some calls, and I got us 4 new tracks, like full-length songs.
Really?
For our stream stuff.
Oh, sweet. Awesome. I'd like to have some variety. That'd be nice. If you want to show that to me at some point. That'd be cool.
Wait, no, I should probably drop it. I'll DM.
Alright. Oh, I see what the problem is. I want to listen to this. Ooh. Oh, this is great. Anywhere we don't make ad profit, okay? I think we get super chats. I don't know that I really make much advertising money on Twitch. I don't have partner right now. I think if
The
I
super
make...
chats don't qualify. Those qualify as donations.
Okay, alright.
It's specifically like we can't monetize.
We can't, like, put it on a
Shamelessly.
video that has ads on it, basically.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, yeah. Alright, cool. That's fine.
Hello, chat. Yes, hello.
I like
Newton
it, I
says
like it.
it's Newt. Mr. Swift says, howdy, Fig Newton. That's a first. Penmark Art, hi, Newt. Hello, Penmark. Ralph McSavage, yo, Newt Man. Hello, Ralph. Spooky Musician, Newt. Newt, back to you.
Newt.
Spooky Musician, Newt Scamander.
I'm gonna download all of these, but I think I'm gonna use... I like that turn up the swing quite a bit. I like that a lot.
Let me actually, before you put it on the channel, let me actually look at the terms, because I made sure that it was clear for Tracy's channel, but I don't know what the rules are for using, if it's just linked to the brand or if we have to link it to a specific channel. So let me read the paperwork real quick.
Okay.
World, perpetuity. License media for any form of website, social media, or video sharing platform. Specifically excludes any form of monetization.
movie.
No, you should be good. You should be.
Okay, cool. All right.
At least for the Lackadaisy stuff.
Yeah, that's the intent anyway, so. Let's see. Movie options. Make sure I have audio. Okay. Okay. Render, please. Alright. And now I will get some of that. So we,
Wait, Fable, you there? Uh-oh.
I like this one. Turn up the swing. There you go, guys. Now you can hear it. Let's see if it's playing in stream. Uh-oh. The stream's struggling to load. Yeah, it's buffering for me too. What? Behind, actually.
It happened right when you hit the render button.
Of course it did. The computer is thinking really hard.
Okay, wait, are we good? I think we're good.
Let's turn it up a little more. There we go. Kind of a good thing that it's so laggy. It's so lagged behind. Because now I don't have to hear myself echo. I just want to get to the point where I can hear like what the volume is. That's the trouble. Is it finished? Not quite. It's just closer to finished than it was when we started.
You had to put a percent on.
Unfinished? Well, the water needs to be cleaned up, and so do the characters. And they need to be tracked to that background, so it's gonna gonna be at least like tomorrow's worth of work, but I've already gotten so much down. Okay, that's serviceable. Yeah, that's good enough, I'd say. What is this thing? It's like some sort of... Oh.
They watermark the MP3 file. Just move it to the back layer.
I see. Or I could just do here. Now it's off screen. I see. Fair. I think that's fair. It's easy enough to get around anyway. Alright, that's cool. And it's still exporting. Frame 22. There's just like a lot to render. It took me a while, Newt, but I did manage to actually get the car animated and everything. The process of baking it was kind of a headache, but I figured out how to do it. And then the hiding stuff was a headache because it turns out that you need to like hold down shift while clicking something in order to get everything in that group to do the same thing. It's not just automatic. This is a bit frustrating. So, but once I figured that out, it was easy enough to break everything up because I just wanted to break up the doors, break them off of the car and render them separately, so it's easier to composite. Yeah. So it was a bit of a hassle, but it was honestly not that much of a hassle. That way I didn't have to like green screen out the window or anything like that. That would have been very annoying. Did we see Resident Evil Village Tall Lady? Everybody has seen Tall Lady. Everybody knows. Tall Lady is a known entity, yes. Computer is continuing to do a think. I'm asking so much of it. It's so upset. It don't like it much. But I'm kind of like half compositing this whole thing as I put it together, basically. It's sort of a compositing test. And this is a particularly complicated composite shot, too. Because this is like water and reeds, and I put like a warp mesh on the reeds so that they kind of automatically sink under the door, and there's the car, and the car is like its own PNG sequence, and the doors are its own PNG sequence, and etc., etc. It's just, there's a lot happening.
Realize Freckles sticking his arms through a broken glass window.
Oh yeah, no, Boy's gonna be
tore
sore.
up later.
Yeah. He's gonna have to iodine that and a number of other things when he gets home. He's gonna be really stingy. It's fine, he has fur. It's fine.
He's just gonna be cleanly shaven.
It's just shaved. Yeah. Shave the kitty. Yeah, you like the fun swing music. Yep, it's on brand. What is this? What genre is this music? This is some swing music. Swing.
Most of this is between 40s and 60s swing, which I know isn't perfectly on brand, but it's slightly more popular. It's what most people will think of when they think of swing rather than 20 swing.
Yeah. You like jazz. I love jazz. I adore jazz. What of it? Ralph McSavage says, if I may ask Newt a question, are those Cadillac prints you got for modeling available for public use? I'd love to model one myself for fun.
Oh, yeah. Those are all public domain records. Wait. And I just got your DM. I'll reach out to them. Yeah. Where can I
Ralph is on Twitch.
meet you? Well, yeah, I see you're on
Yeah,
Twitch,
okay.
but like, where can I send those files to? Are you on the Lackadaisy Discord? I can DM them to you there. It's just a egregiously large PDF. I would not recommend just dropping an email or something into chat. That would be unwise. I mean, unless you're a very brave man, then go for it. But
Computer be do a think. Be-dink a dink a dink. 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 Be nice if it could render even faster. I'm not sure what would allow it to do that though.
more CPU cores.
Can I install those?
It's from the same website where you download more RAM.
Alright. What website is that?
No, rendering, especially in these types of programs, is a heavily multi-core application. So, for example, I believe your computer has 12 cores, which is pretty decent.
It's got a good.
It goes up to 16 and then up to 32 and then 64, God forbid, if you get a high-end Threadripper Xeon.
Ooh, that would be so nice.
But those are many thousands of dollars.
If I had the money. If I had the money. But I don't got that money. I don't got that money.
Not many people have that money. especially nowadays.
Yeah, I would love to get to the point where I had money for that kind of thing, but I do not. So sit and stare at this sluggish thing I shall. I'm sure if I was exporting this through After Effects, it would go a lot faster too, but I wonder how quick it would go if I rendered out each individual thing and then pieced it together in After Effects instead. Processing. Yeah, it's that. Yeah, pretty much. Switch this to my other audio mode. There we go. This is probably a loud pop noise, but it's fine. It's fine. There we go. What did you say?
Oh, this Ralph. Yes, I know you. Yep, I do have you in DMs.
Move my shoulders now. Ooh, yeah. I got like a lot done. First few hours were just setup too. I think the car was a bit of fucking around, so that took me more time than it would take me if I did it right now from scratch. Quite a bit of it was just lining it up with the shot, exporting layers, that kind of nonsense. So that was the first, like, I don't know, like at least 2 hours, maybe 3. And then I spent like assembling everything, but like animating cats didn't actually take that long. It was the water that took more time. The water is just a cycle too. 77% done. Echo? Why does it echo? It shouldn't echo.
I don't hear an echo.
You don't hear an echo, but chat gets an echo because my microphone is picking up what comes through the speakers on Discord, and I don't know how to make that not happen. It used to not happen. I don't really know why it does now. So I have DOM next to mono. Audio monitoring. They're off. Yeah, I just didn't want my earbuds in my ears right now. Trying to like move my body around. I gotta step away from the computer. So for right now, he's just gonna echo just a little bit. Sorry. It's gonna be a slightly doubled up newt. Ah, I think it finished. It took a long time. Let's see how that
Nice.
came out. Open with QuickTime. Let's see if it worked. Yeah, I know there's headphones. I could put them on, but I don't feel like it right now. Where's the audio? All that rendering and where the heck did the audio go? DLC. Yay, render. Yep. A render, but no audio. Stunning. Ah. Why is there no audio? Oh, because I didn't click the right thing. Yay me. Of course.
Oh no.
Of course. Now I have to render it all over again. Great. Let's see if it goes any faster, if it's just at half size. Yeah, it looks like it's exporting faster. A little bit quicker. Looking for some spaghetti after this. I want some spaghetti.
Get you some spaghetti.
I want some spaghetti. Some spaghetti. 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 I would like a spaghetto. More rendering! Yay, pain! Yeah. This will hopefully go a little bit faster. Ooh.